You're fucking simple at it, you retard. Don't email on me again. I'm gonna.
Everyone's like, yo, goddamn, you're amazing, I love your book. Brother, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Everyone here is in trouble right now. So I don't know about all that. I don't know about that. I'm glad he's against dance, but I don't like all that. That part. That part's not good. Wow. Oh, you're IRL friends? Hey, well, that's awesome. God bless, buddy. Yes, I love to hear that. Prayers up. Prayers up for all our boys. Oh, passive for sure. No violence. You know me, no violence. No, I want to make that clear. Look, we just want Nico to know we're not happy. I don't want him to be hurt or anything like that. I still care for his well-being, even though, he doesn't, he thinks I just don't die or whatever. No, but we just want to know we're not happy. Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate it. Come on, now, we can't be joking about that. Not good. That's just idiot. That super chat smelled like cigarettes. That super chat smelled like dried beer and cigarettes. You sound like one of my dad's friends. You sound like my dad be like, oh, this is my friend. Hey, you gotta go on whatever. We love this podcast. Yeah, I don't know. You sound like, oh, am I making myself? You sound like old farts. Sound like old farts. Sound like you smell like cigarettes and dried beer on a bar table. On a high top bar table. Whoa! 6-7. Thank you for the super chat. Dude, remember 6-7? Oh man, make it 6-7 again. Can we just make it? Remember when that was going on? I remember on like a Labor Day, we were out on the lake, and we were like these little kids on the dock, and we were just like 6-7. Just like everybody was doing everybody. No, everybody was doing it. Remember that? Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. God bless. Diversity soul. My this guy's like Saudi. This guy's Saudi, bro. This guy moves like a Saudi friend. Thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it, man. God bless. What's that threat? You ready? Diet Coke for sure. Coke Zero tastes like shit. Diet Coke actually tastes good. So. Yeah, the guy who's like has an FBI for for 3 years for citizenship. Yeah, he's clean. And the Chinese resident of China, he's cool. It's a 27-year-old live streamer who's been through fucking everything. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Okay, go up, bro. Yo, thanks for the massive super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, massive, beautiful. Thank you. 07 for Mark. Please, 07 in the chat for Mark for all the support. What is this take? Diabolical take. Rose said, this is like the real diversity is so important. Dude, shut up. If the whole world could be white, that would be better. Don't give me this nonsense like the real diversity is nationalism for everybody. It's like, dude, the real victory condition is white control everything. The fuck are you talking about? You know what Epcot is? It's run by white people. Epcot is a real model. What are you talking about? It's like a simulacrum. Because what is Epcot? It is like it's a white intentional community where white people are making all different recipes. They're LARPing. Real Mexicans do not make Epcot. Real Mexicans make like a cartel-run country. And so on and so forth with the rest of them. No, the world is not, real diversity is like Epcot. No, dude, that was like when everything was colony. Epcot is like the world when every part of the planet was European colony. That's just like some wholesome chungus, cheese woods, ass nationalism for all nations. I respect the sovereignty of all nations. Well, I don't. Nationalism. Your country is called Central African Republic. Your demonym is a direction. Your demonym is a direction. Hi, I'm a Centralese. The rich Centralese culture. You're in proximity to other artificial borders. Nationalism for all nations. Give me a break. How about civilization at the tip of a spear for everybody? Civilization brought to you at the tip of a sword for every indigenous tribe. And you can tell it's a diamond. Somebody has to mine the fucking nickel mass. Somebody has to mine the fucking cobalt for the smartphones. So, nationalism for all nations. No, you understand the Congolese people have a right to all the cobalt. We have to negotiate with them. Here's an idea. Let's fly down in our mech suits from our fucking spaceship and let's hold them at the point of a plasma rifle and take all their stuff. And they'll be grateful. How about the white people come down in our flying saucers with our plasma rifles and our mech suits, and we just take everything. And we'll build them housing, we'll build them stuff, yes. And we will build them stuff, as we did, as we always do. Look at the architecture in South Africa. You know, we will build them things, but, you know, we'll be the boss, but the aliens will be in charge. Okay, the Aryans from Atlantis will be in charge. I honestly could not care less. That's one of those things that's just like, it doesn't mean anything to me. I was born after Michael Jackson was a thing, people are, you know, I don't like Michael Jackson that much. So, some people are big Michael Jackson guys, I'm not one of them. What do you like, Myron? What was even that, bro? Fuck you. You dropped out of college and you're unemployed. You sound like a loser. Here's your step 1. Get back in college. Why did you drop out of college? Step 1. Go back to college and beg for your seat back. Step 1. Go back to college. Why would you drop out with no job? The only reason you should drop out of college is if it's like bankrupting you or you have something better lined up. I'm unemployed. I dropped out of college. How can I make money now? You're cooked, bro. You're cooked. The rig is falling. Go work on an oil rig. Oh, I dropped out of college and I'm unemployed. Oh, where should I get a job? How about an oil rig? How about a fucking oil rig? Taco Bell. That's my recommendation. I'll see you with Taco Bell. Yeah, I don't think he needs that. Photo op. But I encourage people to check it out. Okay. Sounds good. That shit is just so like not funny. I don't know what that is. I'm not watching Fox News. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I don't know. I'm not finding time. Really? Isn't that guy 6 feet tall, though? Isn't that guy 6 feet tall? He goes around talking about how he's 6 feet tall. So I don't know how I feel about it, but I do like this one. Send a support ticket, okay? Enough of this. Right, yes, I agree with that. Yeah, you know, look, I like Tim Pool, but my show is just better. Thank you. Thanks, yeah, we believe. She's very, he's Persian, I believe. Persian, one of the names of the company is the name of the symbol of the Persian monarchy of the Shah. I believe it's a lot of Persian exiles over Persian. What kind of question? Oh, it's this person. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, I appreciate it on that. I mean, I don't know, man, you guys are just kind of hurting me with this. Capitalism is Jewish economics. Thoughts? You said nothing, you fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for all the support, but it's like, you're not fucking saying anything. Thoughts on what? This retarded ass non-statement? What is Jewish economics? What does that mean? You fucking idiot. He was going capitalism. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what that means contrasted with patriotism. That doesn't mean anything. I don't have any thoughts on that because none of that means anything. You haven't said anything. That's a bunch of nonsense. That means nothing. So I can't create your thoughts for you. You're not saying anything. Thoughts? On what? You said nothing. You played capitalism and Jewish economics contrasted with patriotism. Thoughts? That doesn't mean anything. Those are my thoughts. I have no thoughts on that. Means nothing. But I appreciate the big super chat. I'm glad you like the show. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, he was building on Turkey and phosphorus rate, among other things. Very helpful too. Very helpful. My Pakistani goat. Helping me out of jam. Helping me out of a little bit of jam. So we appreciate him. W Fixer. Dude, we love Pakistan. We're in love with Pakistan over India. I used to think Pakistan sucked, but then I realized they have nuclear bombs pointed at India and Israel, and then I realized they're awesome. That's why they want us to hate them. Yo, River Forest Royper, and if you see me out in Wicker Park, I'm talking to the guy. If you see me out in River Forest, I might say hi. If you see me in Wicker Park, I'm talking to the guy. What's going on, the goat? Straight from River Forest. Hey, that's a stone's throw away from Riper, Illinois. What up, goat? Video for everybody. Truly. Neighborhood. Rose neighborhood. Hey, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support as well. I need all the help I can get here. We need reinforcements. You think? Yeah. That's just totally missing the point right now. The difference is that Ken Paxton is not an anti-Israel ideologue. Dumbass. Talk about context now. Thomas Massey was the #1 Israel critical Republican in Congress, and that's why AIPAC $1 million. So compare that to Cornyn and Ken Paxton, it's just not even the same thing. Ken Paxton is not an anti-AIPAC ideologue. So the comparison doesn't make sense. Thank you. You see Steven Copy today? Actual Steven. It's real, right? That is true. That is true. They can't take it. The radiant power of the ascension. Too bright. Yeah, it's true. What does that mean? Well, he's just treating me badly, so I just can't. I don't fuck with him anymore. He's just a push way too far. There's no excuse for that. You know, you want to be friends with Jew, Kazarian? Okay, bro. Okay, relax. Who? What? I'm not even following that. Okay. Really? Thanks. Why did you get banned? I like that. Thank you for the super chat. He really isn't, though. He's not really trying. He doesn't really care that much. Nice. Okay, that's the last super chat. That's gonna do it for tonight. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday as always. Thank you to our top super chatters. Hughes, thank you, Raygon, Diversity Soul, my bike, and Mark. Thanks to We Love Gay, Soul Rosenberg, Texas Red, Roper, and Swan, Thomas Cruz, Sherman German, C. Capital, Young Pablo, and Observer Kuiper. Thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters. Everybody watch. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America first. America first. The American people will come first once again. With respect, the respect that we deserve. mistake. Oh, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Also, before we get into the news, I also just want to say, let's do a live update on State of America First without Nick Fuentes. Did you see this? Today, Ian Carroll posted an update on his YouTube channel. Yellow this. He says he's done doing journalism. I want to say you're done doing journalism. When did you start? Did you start? When did you start? Ian Carroll, the conspiracy schizo pizza delivery boy, says he's done doing journalism. And I watched the video. He says Owen Benjamin's appearance on Tucker Carlson blew his fucking mind so much he had to recalibrate his brain, and now he wants to talk about like feel-good stories. So it seems like America First without Nick Fuentes not doing so hot, huh? Not doing. What happened? What happened, guys? I was just getting warmed up. I was just getting started. What happened, everybody? 2-3 weeks ago, don't you remember? Wasn't this supposed to be the big thing? We don't need Nick. We don't need the Droiders. We're gonna do our own thing. We're actually gonna do something. Let's just take a little quick survey. So Amy Dangerfield has been totally exposed for like marrying her sugar daddy, and she's not a citizen, and her husband's a cuck. She hasn't, in a bad way, I should say. She hasn't even been active in 2 weeks. How about Casey Bush, hospitalized like a bitch? How about Michael Rectenwald, just out of the hospital like a bitch? Dan Bilzerian, what's going on with the campaign? Well, he's at 6% on Poly Market, and his first round of the campaign event got canceled 2 weeks ago, still not rescheduled. How's Ian Carroll doing? Well, now he's done with YouTube, I guess. I guess now he's done. So goes your America First without Nick Fuentes. How long did that last? How long did that little mutiny? How long did your little rebellion last? What was that, all of 2 weeks? I think they flamed out after a few days, and now we are 2 weeks later. I think not many of them are still alive. How many of them are in the hospital? How many of them are even still walking among us? So that was pretty delicious to see. He goes, yeah, we can't focus on negative all the time. It's like, I'm sorry, weren't you guys just attacking me for not talking about Epstein enough? Now you do a video saying I don't want to talk about anything negative anymore? Okay. So they tried it. Then the other story I saw, get a load of this, and listen. Like, I debated whether I would even bring it up. Because I thought, we were in a good place. I thought we got to a point where, maybe something was going to happen. Maybe there'd be like rekindling. But I have to say it because, listen, at the end of the day, I'm just vindicated about everything. Did you see this? Candace Owens next week is visiting Russia. She's going to Russia with her family for a week. And apparently there's other influencers going. I've seen there's other people attending. Some kind of summit I heard with maybe Alexander Dugin and this Russian oligarch. Who called it? Who called it first? They said I was crazy. They looked at me like I was crazy. Who called it a year ago? I remember last year, I went on Bradley Martin in like July. And we were talking about Candace. He brought it up, and I said, listen. I said, this is just speculation. I said, total shot in the dark. I have no evidence. I said, this is just a theory. Okay? I said, however, you see Candace Owens is running really hard for Brigitte Macron, wife of the president of France. I said, and that just seems strange to me. It seems random. Why? Out of all the people and all the stories and all the transsexuals in the world, why is she going after Brigitte Macron, Emmanuel Macron's wife? I said, well, this is not new. Because there's been a contingent on the right wing that has been gunning for Emmanuel Macron since he got elected the first time in 2017. Going all the way back to Charles Johnson, my researcher. I said, so, who is France's number one enemy against Russia? France and Russia are in effectively a war in North Africa and Ukraine. Macron is one of the biggest Ukraine hawks in Europe. And a big part of that is because Russia is backing many military junta governments, military coups in the Sahel region in West Africa against the French sphere of influence from their former colonial holdings. And this is affecting France. Here's an example. France runs on nuclear energy. They need uranium for their power plants. Where do they get it? They get it from Niger. They get it from Niger in West Africa, where the Wagner Group, private military corporation, which is in bed with the Russian military, overthrew that French-aligned government and kicked all the French military bases out of the country. And so you say, why is Candace Owens running so hard for France? Maybe there's some kind of Russian influence, because at that level, it does become geopolitical. She's one of the biggest podcasters in America, one of the biggest YouTubers, and so she is creating this huge problem for Macron. You wonder if there's some other angle there. And like I said, this is pure speculation. I said this a year ago. Nobody really believed me. Nobody acknowledged that. Well, here we are. She's going to Russia for a week with her family, and she goes, well, it's because we're Christian. It's because we're Christian, and we want to go to Russia because of your Christian legacy. I want to say, why are you going to Russia? You don't want to go to Constantinople, you don't want to go to Rome, you don't want to go to, I don't know, anywhere else? Russia for their Christian tradition. That's really interesting. Of all the places you could go, especially when you're Candace Owens, and you are getting sued for probably billions of dollars by Turning Point and by Brigitte Macron, of all the places you go to Russia, really interesting. I would never go to Russia just because of how it would look. Would I like to go there? Yeah, I think it would be interesting. Even at my level, which I'm not a tier below Candace. She's on YouTube, Spotify, she's huge. I would never go to Russia, or Iran, or China for that matter, just because of how it would look. I would be too concerned about what Homeland Security would think about that, what the public, the DOJ would think about that, the State Department. If I'm a target, if I'm being called out by the Trump administration, if I'm a dissident, if I'm an enemy of the Jewish mafia, I'm not going to Russia, I'm not going to Iran, I'm not going to Syria, I'm not giving them a reason, in other words, to think I'm in danger. Think about, here's a perfect example. How about Hassan Piker? Hassan Piker is getting screwed by the DOJ, by the Treasury Department, because he visited Cuba, because he has contacts in Cuba. So the same week that the DOJ announces they subpoena Hassan Piker, she's going to go to Russia next week. You think that's a good idea? Who's paying for the travel? Who's paying for the hotel? Does that violate any sanctions? I would be, as someone who cares deeply for Candace, as someone who's really looking out for her, I don't think that's such a great idea. But again, why would she go? Maybe she needs to go. And this is something I'm going to tell you before we get into our big news for the night. We used to talk a lot more about this last year, but this is something you need to understand. I'm not saying I know for a fact that Candace is in on something or anything like that. I'm just saying this is generally true. All of these big influencers, you have to suspect that they're involved with foreign governments in some capacity. You just have to, because frequently they are, and it's weird. Now Israel's a big one. That goes without saying. How many of these people are kissing the wall, taking the trip, they come back wearing an IDF hat, they're taking $7,000. Like that goes without saying that Israel has this immense influence in the United States. But Israel is truly not the only one. Why is Tucker Carlson in Saudi Arabia and Qatar all the time? Can anyone tell me why? It's so random. Just you have this brand that, I'm out here in my cabin, I just like hunting and fishing, and I just love America so much. Okay, so why do you spend all this time in Riyadh? Why do you spend all this time in Qatar? Why do you buy a house there? It's just weird. And the same goes for Candace Owens going to Russia. Why are you spending a week in Russia? Clearly something's going on there. Dan Kazarian, Jew Kazarian, aka Jew goes to the UAE and Qatar trying to get a golden visa. He goes to Portugal, he goes to Romania, and then he goes to Qatar and the Emirates, and he talks to their tourism minister, talks to the government there about obtaining a golden visa. And what you realize is that if you want to make the big bucks as an influencer, you need that foreign backing. If you want immense resources to play in this game, which is political influence in America, you gotta go to some other country and take your money up. That's what they do. And frequently it is, yeah, it's Russia, it's Turkey, it's the Saudis, it's the Emiratis, it's the Qataris, obviously it's Israel, it's India. They're all throwing money around, they're all throwing money. And they get around FARA, foreign agent registration, with all these convoluted ways. They'll give contributions in kind, they'll do it through very spurious means, we don't get into details. But this is a huge thing, and we talked a lot about this last year, but there is a heavy Russian element in the so-called dissident right, it's always been there. And I will say there is a Qatari element as well. I know the Israelis say that, but it's true. The Qataris opened up a brand new embassy last year, they are trying to get involved, they are paying people. The Israeli, that's not downplaying Israel does so much more, Israel does 10 times that, and it's so much more sophisticated. The Qataris are very sloppy, and it's not just that the Israelis have got down with science. I'm just saying, you gotta be on the lookout, there's a lot of foreign money. The entire influencer space is awash in foreign cash, it's unbelievable. And so you see something like that, you see Tucker going to the Emirates and Saudi and Qatar, you see Candace going to Russia, and you say, what is going on? Candace is married to a British guy, and she's going to Russia. Tucker's going over to Qatar. Candace's number one backer is this guy named John Napton, he's also British. His wife is from Kazakhstan. The wife is Kazakh. Very interesting, isn't it? And it goes round and round like this. I mean, there's some serious foreign influence networks going on in the influencer space. Even yes, on the dissident right, and I think that probably could be a reason why a lot of them don't like me. Could be part of it. Because I'm the only people that's not doing that sort of thing. I am not going to the Gulf, I'm not going to Russia, I'm not going to any of these places. I'm not involved in that. Anyway, I do want to get into our news for tonight. So a couple of different things, right? Ian Carroll, he's out, Candace Owens, she's going to Russia. Very interesting. She's a war with Brigitte Macron, now she's in Russia. They said I was crazy. The way that she deflected that, she goes, oh, he says I'm some kind of Russian agent. That's totally insane. Now we're taking the whole family to Russia. It's like you couldn't make it to Phoenix to talk to Eric her, but now you're going to Russia for a week. Interesting. Super interesting. It's all that arbitrage. They need that state backing as American dissidents. And look, like, on some level, like, whatever, if they're pushing Israel criticism or something like that, something to be said for that. Something to be said for that, that you gotta fight fire if the Israelis are juiced up. Maybe it could be said on the other side, people need to replace the Israeli money with a different net factor. I think the answer is America first. I think you got all that money out there. There needs to be a serious crackdown on everybody, on the right, on the left. There's Chinese billionaires funding the left. These trips to Cuba, Venezuela, Burkina Faso, Yemen, and on the right as well. There's Israel, there's Russia, Serbia, the Emirates, Saudi. That's gotta stop too. Anyway, we're going to get into our feature story, our news, which is all about the war in Iran. And it's been a pretty dynamic situation. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised at the developments from this weekend. Last time we discussed the war, I believe it was last week. And remember, left off said there was this deal in the works, and Trump administration has been telling us that we are negotiating with Iran, we are considering their peace proposal. There's been this back and forth between Tehran and Washington through Pakistan and Qatar on what is supposed to be a framework agreement for a temporary ceasefire. And so when we reviewed the timeline last Thursday, we talked about how the United States submits a proposal, and what we say is, we're going to end our blockade over the Strait, Iran will open the Strait, we might defer the nuclear issue to a later day, and we're going to bring it to all the fighting in the Middle East. Iran comes back with their response, and Iran says, not good enough. Iran says we want reparations, we want intensifying Lebanon, we want US forces out of the region. We're not talking about nuclear. And this has been the general state of the play for really the past 2 months. And I would summarize it as follows. The United States, it is imperative for us in this negotiation to achieve 2 things. We need 1, freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. And note what I mean by that. You're hearing this phrase thrown around a lot, we need to open the straits. But that's a bit deceptive, that's not actually specific enough. Currently, Iran has closed the strait because they're threatening to attack any unauthorized shipping that goes through the strait with drones and missiles. And so as such, none of these commercial ships are insured, and none of them want to take the perilous journey. It's a very narrow choke point that you basically have a 100% chance of being targeted and struck by a projectile. So they have shut down all the commercial shipping going through, the strait is effectively closed, and on the United States side, we have threatened to attack any authorized Iranian shipping that goes through the straits. So Iran has about a half dozen ports in the Persian Gulf, which they use for their own bilateral trade, all kinds of commercial activity. Those ships also go through the strait, obviously with their permission, because they are them, and the United States is using its blue water navy, its destroyers, carriers, helicopters to attack Iranian commercial shipping that they authorize to go through the strait. Now, when Washington says we want to open the straits, this can actually mean a couple of different things. Iran has actually agreed to open the straits, but Iran wants to maintain control over it. So Iran will have it open, but all shipping will need their permission to go through, and Iran will have to collect a toll on every ship, which is about $1 per barrel of oil, which is $2 million per ship. So Iran is telling us, look, we'll open the strait, no problem, but it's ours. We will open the strait, it's under our control forever, we want legal formal recognition that that is our territory, and as such, because it is subject to our jurisdiction, we will authorize all commercial activity and we will make money off of it. Washington is insisting on something else. They are saying we want freedom of navigation, meaning you don't own it, and you cannot charge a toll. Commercial shipping will resume in the way that it was going to the strait before the conflict started. So that's number 1. This is what Washington insists on. Number 2, Washington needs some commitment from Iran on their nuclear program. Now remember, the 2 big things that the United States is looking for is 1, they need Iran to commit to zero enrichment. No centrifuges, no enrichment, not low levels, and even if there are restrictions on enrichment, they eventually want Iran to phase it out completely. So they don't want Iran to even have the capability to enrich any more uranium. Number 2, Iran already has a 900-pound stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which would not take long to further enrich to weapons grade, which they could use in a nuclear bomb. So the United States, on top of stopping their enrichment capability, we want them to forfeit or turn over their existing stockpile. Now in this negotiation, they have said, the United States has said, Iran does not necessarily need to give up the enrichment right away, or even necessarily turn over the highly enriched uranium right away. We're looking for a commitment that they will do something like this. This is the U.S. position. On the Iranian side, they are insisting on the opposite on both of those things. Iran says that we are not negotiating on enrichment, we're not giving up our stockpile, the strait is ours, we're going to charge money. That goes further. Iran has additional demands on top of this. For Iran to accept a ceasefire, they need a truce in Lebanon. Currently, Israel is carrying out a very aggressive campaign against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. They displaced millions of people, killed thousands. And so Iran is seeking a truce between Israel and Lebanon to prevent Israel from invading that country and then potentially annexing territory. So Iran will not accept a ceasefire with the United States unless the United States can compel Israel to make a ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon. And for Iran, that is essential. The other big condition that Iran has is they are looking for reparations. And they have said repeatedly, they will collect the reparations in some form. Either they expect a payment from the United States, or they would like to recoup the damages by collecting a toll on the strait, or they want their money unfrozen and sanctions lifted. That had been previously frozen under the US sanctions regime. And so this has been the impasse. The United States is really looking for those 2 major strategic objectives. We basically want to reset to before the war started. Open the strait the way it was before the war, and we at least need some commitment, just realistically to save face, that you're going to give up your nuclear program. Well, Iran, because they have all the leverage, realistically, they are exerting all the pressure on the United States. They're asking for a little bit more. They're refusing these demands, and they want a ransom, and they want realistically to bolster their other allies in Lebanon, which is not strictly speaking part of the Iran equation. The United States entered this conflict to try to degrade Iran's missiles, and last year entered in with midnight hammer to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. The Israel-Lebanon conflict has really been going on for about 40 or 50 years. And so for Iran to couple that or bundle that with a deal that ends the war over the Persian Gulf, they're actually just trying to get as much as possible here. So this was the state of play for the past few weeks, and this is why I said for a long time there's going to be no deal. Iran is not going to give up nuclear, they're not going to give up strait, and the United States can't leave without securing either of those things. So this weekend it looked like the United States and Israel were preparing to go back to war. Trump has been threatening this for the past 2 months. He's repeatedly insisted that if Iran does not make a deal on some arbitrary timeline, that eventually we would hit them again. And what that looks like is subject to a lot of speculation about what we're willing to tolerate in terms of retaliation. Trump has talked about invading the mainland, invading the islands, or escalating the bombing against Iran's civilian infrastructure, their oil industry, their Card Island, where they export all the oil, or just resuming the bombing of military regime targets, potentially more assassination strikes. And so Trump has been bluffing for months that if Iran doesn't come to the table, we're going back in. And it seemed like this weekend that was actually going to be the case. Well, Saturday it was announced that the US and Iran were on the precipice of reaching a deal. They're calling it a memorandum of understanding, MOU. And so this is not a formal deal. It's not going to be ratified by Congress or anything like that. But this is something like a truce. It's a ceasefire. It's a very informal way of ending the conflict. And what was said on Saturday was truly unbelievable. Saturday night there were all kinds of rumors going around, and they effectively said that Iran had agreed to give up their highly enriched uranium. And they said among other things that the United States would allow Iran to keep control over the straits, and Iran would be allowed to charge a toll over the straits. And maybe they call it something else. They say they were collecting a fee to protect the environment, but they'd be collecting money off of this. And so it seemed on Saturday night, suddenly, all of these deep-seated issues where there was no agreement at all, no one was compromised, and all of a sudden the paper over the whole thing was over. As quickly as that was announced, it became clear that there was actually no agreement. And Iran is not agreed to give up their highly enriched uranium. The United States is not agreed to give Iran control over the straits. As of today, Iran insists they will not make a deal unless they get $25 billion in unfrozen assets, unless the conflict in Lebanon ends, and it's unclear if they agree in any capacity to give up their highly enriched uranium. In the background of all these negotiations, the United States launched a major strike on Iran's southern coast yesterday. And this is a story about that. This is from the New York Times. It says, quote, hours after Iranian negotiators arrived in Qatar for talks on ending the war, U.S. forces struck missile launch sites at Iran and boats trying to place mines. U.S. Central Command characterized the strikes of Iran's defensive and said they've been intended to protect our troops from threats posed by Iranian forces. On Monday evening, after vowing that any agreement reached would be great and meaningful, there would be no deal, President Trump said he expected Iran either to turn its enriched uranium over to the United States or to destroy it in front of mutual witnesses. It is unclear if Iran has agreed to this, though senior U.S. officials told reporters on Sunday that the Iranians had in principle committed to giving up stockpiles of enriched uranium. On Monday, Ismail Bagay, the Iranian foreign ministry spokesman, said Iran does not discuss the details of its nuclear program. So again, you get this aspect of things where on Saturday, the U.S. says they agreed to give it up. And on Monday, we say, well, they agreed to let the IAEA come in and oversee the dilution of their stockpile. And within hours, Iran says, we're not even talking about that. That's not even up for discussion right now. And Iran said repeatedly, especially in the past 2 weeks, we will defer any discussion of the nuclear file until later. The ceasefire talks, a truce would be entirely separate from that. That's something they will consider down the line. So it seems like these are more lies. It seems to be more in this direction. The article goes on to say the fate of Iran's nuclear program is just one critical aspect of the potential peace deal that remained unclear on Monday. So is the status of Iran's stockpile of missiles. It was also unclear how agreement might address, Iranian attempts to assert control of the Strait of Hormuz. Though Mr. Trump has at various times said a deal was close, he also said his negotiators were in no rush to close the agreement. The Iranian foreign ministry spokesman said on Monday, quote, it's true that we've reached conclusions on a large portion of the issues, but no one can claim the signing of an agreement is imminent. So, there you have it. This has been going on now the war has been going on for almost 9 days. But we are in this phase of conflict where I don't even know how you characterize it other than it seems that the United States is absolutely losing. There's no question about that. The United States is absolutely losing this war. We are in a mode right now where we are pursuing a unilateral surrender. We are begging Iran to make peace. We are begging Iran to open up the strait. We are making threats that we know are ineffectual, that we know we probably can't even follow through on. And even if we did, they wouldn't change Iran's behavior. They would not even win the war for us. So we truly seem to be in a position where we have no leverage. We have none of the cards. We have no military options. There's nothing we can do to compel Iran to negotiate. There's nothing we can do that prevents Iran from closing the strait. Nothing we can do to destabilize or to undermine the regime. We are in a position where we are effectively at their mercy. And we are just scrambling, looking for something, some kind of creative solution, some kind of creative military option where we can get out of this brutal reality, but we're just not finding it. They don't believe our bluff because we have no credibility. They know we have no military options. This blockade of the Persian Gulf we have going, it might be inflicting some economic pain, but they're in an existential war for survival, so they can absolutely tolerate that. Meanwhile, the global economy is still suffering from this energy shock, which is ongoing. So this is an unequivocal strategic defeat for the United States, and it seems like now the retreat is just happening in slow motion. There is obviously this very strong desire for a withdrawal. The United States wants this to be over, but they cannot make it happen without losing face. And that's something they haven't accepted yet. So it's just happening slowly over time. And the reason I say this is because every one of these developments follows the exact same pattern, which is we hear a statement from the president in the press pool or the West Wing or the Oval Office, and they will say something like, Iran wants to make a deal more than anyone knows. We are negotiating with Iran. We are in late stages of the deal. A deal is imminent. They have agreed to all of these things in principle or in spirit. This is always how it starts. How many times have we heard that in the past 60 days? I think we've heard it no fewer than 10 times. We get one of these press battles where Trump says those words. They want a deal more than anyone knows. They're begging us for an extension so that a deal might possibly happen. They have made concessions on key issues. He doesn't use those words, but that is what is planted in the press. And then inevitably what follows is the Iranian response, which is they will come back and they will continue to say, as they have since the beginning, these are our terms. Take them or leave them. We're going to control the strait. We're not giving up our nuclear program. We're not giving up our missiles. We're not giving up our proxies. We want money and we want you out of here. And that has been their position. That has been their proposal to end the conflict since the conflict started, and it hasn't changed at all. Those have always been the key ingredients. Even since the first ceasefire was promulgated, they said a ceasefire in Lebanon, we want control of the Strait and discharge tolls, we're not negotiating over nuclear, and we want U.S. forces to withdraw from the region, whether that's from bases or the minimum to pull back the Blue Water Navy that's stationed in the Arabian Sea. That has been Iran's position. And up until this point, going further, Iran has reiterated over and over that the administration is lying about what they're saying. Trump administration says Iran begged for extension. Iran says never happened. Trump administration says they agreed to give up their nuclear centrifuges. Iran says never happened. And as a matter of fact, we'll never give it up. Trump administration says we are in advanced negotiations, negotiations. The deal is imminent. Iran says no, a deal is not imminent. We don't trust you. As a matter of fact, there's not even a basis for negotiations to take place. We don't want to talk anymore. This has been the tempo. This has been the pattern since the very beginning. And I'd like to point out, so these are the critical issues. And I will reiterate, we talked about this a little bit. Iran is never going to give up control over the Straits because that is part of their deterrence against a future U.S. attack. The United States has not achieved any of its strategic objectives in this war. They have not achieved regime change. They have not destroyed Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Have not destroyed Iran's nuclear complex. Have not significantly degraded Iran's missile capability. They have achieved none of these things. If the conflict ends tomorrow, then Washington and Israel must assume that Iran is going to get right back to work, and they already have, rebuilding all these capabilities. The regime will get stronger and more dug in. They're going to dig up the highly enriched uranium. They probably have centrifuges we don't know about, and they will continue enrichment. They will build more drones and missiles. They will solidify their control over the Straits. And if Iran is a defiant, revisionist power, maybe permanently or more hostile after this has happened, then that means that this is something the U.S. and Israel are going to watch with down the line. And the way the U.S. and Israel see it is, well, we've weakened them, and now we don't have to worry about them for a little while. But in a little while, Iran will have reconstituted everything that we destroyed in this conflict, and you have this sunk cost idea that we have to move now, we have to move quickly, we have to be aggressive, or else everything we've done up to this point has been a waste. Everything we've knocked out and destroyed, the price we paid to do it, it will have been undone in a matter of 6 to 12 months. So there's something fundamental to this dynamic that Iran knows this does not end. The U.S. and Israel are going to keep coming back. We did it last year, and then we came back this year. If we end the conflict now, we're probably going to come back a year from now, or 2 years from now, sooner rather than later. So what Iran is principally concerned with is how do we deter the next attack? As long as Israel exists, and as long as the United States is under Israel's influence, then it's only a matter of time before there's another surprise attack, there's another assassination, air raid, etc. So they are principally concerned with imposing such a high cost on a future operation that it would be politically impossible for the United States to return. How do they do that? They control the Strait of Hormuz. So that Washington, and by the way, everybody in the world knows, if the U.S. and Israel get back up to their old tricks, it's going to be a repeat of this energy shock. If the U.S. and Israel come back in Iran, try to take another crack at it, it's going to be a meltdown in Asia, it's going to be a meltdown in Europe, it's going to be a disaster for the Gulf, and it's ultimately going to be a disaster for American consumers. This is why Iran needs control over the Straits. They need to deter future attack. And the same goes for their nuclear program. Ultimately, the reason they fought and sacrificed so much to maintain this nuclear threshold status is because that is their ultimate hedge against a U.S. or Israel attack. What prevents a ground invasion? What prevents even a nuclear strike by Israel or the United States against Iran is the possibility that on some timeline, if we cannot invade, if we cannot destroy their stockpile that they have, Iran can make a nuke, they have parity with us, and then they can annihilate Israel or the United States. So they're never giving up that either because that is also part of their deterrent capability. So we are asking them to do something, give up their nukes, give up the Strait, that basically guarantees they will be vulnerable to a future attack, which most likely will be another attempt at regime change. That is why they're never going to do it. By the same token, the United States can never accept anything less than total zero enrichment and getting the Strait back because we ultimately seek regime change in Iran. We ultimately are pursuing a policy of non-proliferation and freedom of navigation of the seas. It's a terrible precedent on both issues. If we throw everything we have at Iran and they're able to effectively change the international order, which is that middle powers, revisionist powers can get nukes now, and they can just take control of vital waterways now. And what does that have? What consequences will that have for the Strait of Malacca, let's say? Or what consequences does that have for other vital shipping lanes in the Western Hemisphere, in the Indo-Pacific? It's not something that we can actually tolerate either. And so this is why there's going to be an impasse. But I want to point something else out, which is, let's say there is a way that the U.S. and Iran could thread the needle. And there's been some talk about ways that we could save face and take over some of these differences. For example, Iran wants reparations for the war. They say they want to get them by charging a toll in the Strait. Now, the United States can't let Iran charge a toll so they can make money and build more missiles to launch at Israel. It's not something we can tolerate. So what they floated this weekend is they said, well, Iran will have an environmental protection fee that they charge every ship that goes through the Straits. And what that sounds like to me is a technicality. They're going to make money off of it because they have jurisdiction over it. We're going to call it something else so we can pretend it is what it really is. And then as far as the highly enriched uranium is concerned, previously we had been demanding that they devolve it over to us, which means U.S. boots on the ground. That means our bureaucrats are in Iran taking the uranium into our military transport planes out of the country. It's something that Iran is never going to accept. So it was floated by Trump yesterday. This is the first major concession from Washington. Trump said, well, we can have the IAEA, a supranational third-party organization, come in, and they can supervise the dilution of the uranium. And so Iran's going to give it up, but instead of having Iranians fork it over and load it on a U.S. cargo plane, which would be humiliating, we're going to have a third-party group which Iran has cooperated with in the past, and they will oversee Iran diluting uranium, which they will then keep and probably use for peaceful purposes at Bushehr or store somewhere else. And so these are some of these creative solutions that are being proffered that might bridge the gap. Because at this point, I think that Iran wants to end hostilities, and so does the United States. It's just that it's more urgent for the United States right now. Here's the wild card in this entire arrangement. And I said this even last year. So much of the discussion about the United States and Iran, I feel like up until this point ignores the wild card, which I don't even think that's the wild card. It's actually the engine of the entire thing. It's the nucleus. It's the center. It's determinative of this whole timeline. Every event that is taking place, and that is the interest of Israel. Why are we at war with Iran? Well, we are at war with Iran because Israel bombed them last year. And Israel bombed them last year because they're at war with Hamas and Hezbollah and Assad and the Popular Mobilization Force and Houthi rebels. Because this is part of a multi-year, multi-front campaign to decapitate the Iranian regime. And Israel's been pursuing it for 3 years. And they've only just gradually roped us in to fighting this battle with them. By fighting the Yemen, by shooting down Iran's missiles, by finishing the job for them with midnight hammer against Iran's nuclear facilities last year, roping us into this once and for all regime change attack this year. It's Israel's war. Israel is in the engine of all of it, and they control the tempo, and they create the provocations. They've been the catalyst and the trigger for all of it. And so even if the United States and Iran are able to find creative solutions to some of these problems, and are able to bridge the gap, and are able to make concessions, and it would be extraordinary, it would be something miraculous if that happened. But you always have to consider is that Israel will not allow it. And there's something funny that happened this week. So the U.S. and Iran and all the Arab countries, all the Middle Eastern countries got together and are working towards this MOU. You've got Iran and the United States, you've got Pakistan and Qatar, you've got Saudi Arabia and the UAE, you've got Oman, and you've got Jordan, you've got Turkey. Every country is involved in this deal. Every country is lobbying the United States and Iran to make this deal. And Trump has called all the world leaders, and they all agree this is a good deal. And then we call Israel. Then we call Israel last. After we call everybody, we call Jordan, the Saudis, the Pakistanis, we call everybody, and then once everybody's on board, where's the buck stop? Who has the final say? Who's really the boss? Then Trump calls Israel. And what has been reported in the Israeli press is that Netanyahu is furious. Netanyahu and the Israeli government, they're not even hiding it. It's all over the Times of Israel, Jerusalem Post. They're all saying this is a lousy deal, and Trump should never trust the Iranians. Think about their mouthpieces in the United States, World War Mark Levin, Randy Fine, all saying the same thing, which is resume the war, more defensive strikes on Iran. You can't trust them, they'll never agree to anything, and so on and so forth. Now, like we talked about before, one of the key points in the deal is that Iran needs us to get Israel to stop bombing Lebanon. Those are part of Iran's terms, and always have been. From the first ceasefire until now, Iran and even Pakistan have insisted it has to be a ceasefire on all fronts, not just in the Persian Gulf, but also in southern Lebanon. And back then, Israel said no. When Iran told the world that a peace in Lebanon was the only thing that would compel them to open up the Strait of Hormuz, Israel launched their deadliest attack on Lebanon up until that point in the war. They killed hundreds of people. What purpose does that serve? Other than directly and specifically to undermine the deal and sabotage the deal, to prevent future diplomacy. Not only did that sour the ceasefire and Iran immediately closed the Strait and said the deal is off, but also places future diplomacy because what it communicates is that Washington has no influence over Israel if they don't. And if that's the case, then Iran cannot trust the United States. And there's no rapport and there's no trust, and therefore there can be no future deal. So they sabotage the first ceasefire, and what that is make future ceasefires very difficult. And that is their goal. That's what they do. That's what they've always done. And so once again, you have a memorandum of understanding this weekend. It seems like there's been a lot of progress made. According to the rumors, the U.S. and Iran are making some serious concessions. It has the extent of every country in the Middle East. But here's something you forgot to ask. Israel says, we don't like the deal. So what do? They launch an all-out attack on Lebanon all over again. Not kidding. We have this MOU ready to go. They're saying tonight all these things to be done for the deal we signed. We're going to go campaign tomorrow. The whole cabinet coming in. This is the deal. And again, it's a ceasefire on all fronts. That is what gives us the deal. What does Netanyahu do? He says over the weekend, we are never ending the war in Lebanon. As a matter of fact, we're going in. And this is from the New York Times again. It says, quote, Prime Minister Netanyahu on Monday signaled this countryside with the Iranian-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah would actually intensify. Despite an American brokered ceasefire that took effect in April, Israel and Hezbollah continue to clash with each side using the other violating truce. The fighting has recently escalated, exposing the limits of the fragile agreement. And Mr. Netanyahu's video statement on Monday night, he said the Israeli forces and recently killed more than 600 Hezbollah militants and indicated the military would intensify the pressure. On Sunday, he said Mr. Trump had a weekend phone call reaffirming Israel's right to defend itself against threats on every front, including Lebanon. So this is what we're talking about all the time. Let's just say something very explicit, which is that if Israel did not exist, the U.S. and Iran would have already had a deal by now. They would have had a deal in 2003. They would have had a deal in 2009. They would have had a deal in 2015. They would have had a deal last year. If Israel did not exist, the United States and Iran would not be at war, and would have been at war for years, maybe for over a decade. Israel is the sole, single, exclusive reason that diplomacy is impossible. And the reason is because, as we said before, it is Israel's interest that diplomacy does not succeed. Israel does not want peace. They do not want a deal. They do not want Iran to be a non-nuclear, prosperous state. And why is that? Because Iran is a very powerful country. Because they're a very big country with a very large population, and they're a very rich country. They have 90 million people, lots of territory, lots of oil. They have a huge middle class. They have great universities, great scientists, and they have a sense of identity. The country is 90% Persian. It's not that diverse, and they have a sense of nationality, a sense of identity, which allows them to stick together. Their society is insular, not trusting of outsiders, meaning it's difficult to infiltrate and subvert. So it's not that Israel fears a nuclear Iran, or an Iran armed with missiles, or an Iran armed with drones or controlling the Strait, or anything like that. What Israel will not tolerate is a powerful country in their neighborhood that exists as a rival. They will not tolerate the existence of a rival. Why? Because there are millions of Shiite Muslims across the Middle East, in Syria, in Iraq, in Bahrain, in southeastern province, in the northwest coast of Yemen. If Iran is a stable, prosperous country, not only are they a hub of power and culture and finance and influence and military strength, but also they project power into other countries. They can influence the affairs in other states. In a word, they are a regional player. They're a regional power. This is what Israel will not tolerate. And it was promulgated in the 1980s. Israel's grand strategy is that they will not accept the existence of powerful Muslim or Arab states in their periphery. This is why they destroyed Syria. This is why they destroyed Iraq. This is why they destroyed Libya. This is why they pacified Egypt. Because all of these countries were strong Arab dictatorships with a powerful bureaucracy, a powerful authoritarian state, a big military, allied with one another, and Israel could not accept that they would have to contend with rival powers. So their preference is to destabilize those countries. Their preference is to dismember those countries, turn them into statelets. They want to break them apart. They want to degrade and weaken them so that they will be under control of Israel, rather than exerting influence on the regional Israel itself. So they have had Iran in their sights for decades, and they want to destroy Iran. This is why Iran has nukes. This is why Iran has missiles. This is why Iran has its network of proxies, because they are in a power struggle for regional dominance with Israel. If it were up to us, we would make a deal with Iran, and we would say, look, we can give you every guarantee. We don't want to fight you. We don't want to invade you. You don't threaten us at all. We are threatened now by China, and to a lesser extent Russia, and we're preoccupied with things in our own hemisphere. Ever since, let's say, 2014, when Donbass war started and the Crimean annexation happened, the United States could have went to Iran and said, look, the Middle East is not even the most important theater of war for us anymore. And we would have given Iran guarantees, sanctions relief. They would have given up a nuclear arsenal if they did not have to worry about Israel armed to the teeth with F-35s and nuclear missiles ranged to undermine and destroy their country. And we could have had a deal with them. They would balance with Saudi Arabia. They could have had collective security, economic interdependence with their neighbors, and it would not have even been a problem. And we could have solved it last year, we could have solved it this year, but every single time we meet at the negotiating table with Iran, it is always Israel behind the scenes that is sabotaging the process, leaking the details of the discussions, trying to poison the deal by creating their own red lines about what they're willing to accept, creating provocations, antagonizing Iran, harassing them, conducting operations inside their territory, like cyber attacks, assassinations of civilian officials, industrial sabotage. They've done it for years. And so you cannot understand the current conflict, or where it's going, or the trajectory without understanding that we would not even be here if it wasn't for Israel. So ask yourself, where are we going? We were not in a war with Iran a year and a half ago. And 5 years before that, we were in a deal with Iran. And 5 years before that, we had actually a working relationship with Iran on this deal. But what got us to this point? It was this concerted effort over the long term by Israel to poison this relationship so that after a period of 10, 15 years, our only option increasingly is war. In 2015, 2013, we had a lot of options about how we wanted to go about this. But every step down this path has narrowed the field of possibilities. And so after Trump ripped up the deal, we have fewer options. And after he killed Qasem Soleimani, we have even fewer options. And after Israel engaged in their industrial sabotage and assassinations in the early 2020s, fewer options after that. And after they assassinated 7 IRGC commanders in Syria in 24, and after they killed the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, fewer options after that, and fewer options after Midnight Hammer, and fewer options after this. And it's all pointing in one direction, which is they want a full-scale war. God only knows what that will look like. If that's going to be a nuclear strike, a ground war, if we're going to arm the Kurds, or we're going to get the UAE and Qatar to invade an island, something like this, or I should say UAE and Saudi to invade an island. But it's all pointing there because Israel will poison every other possibility. And so this is why I say, people talk about how do we end the war in Iran, they talk about what the United States can do vis-a-vis Iran. We have to talk about what we're going to do about Israel. You want to get out of the conflict? Honestly, you need to talk to Israel first. Forget Iran for a few weeks. And we need to forget about negotiating to Iran through Qatar and Pakistan. We need to negotiate with Israel through American Jewry. Trump needs to sit down with Netanyahu, brokered by, like, I don't know, Mark Levin and Bill Ackman. To tell Netanyahu, look, the jig is up. We're not going to war with Iran. And this is just not going to work for the United States. If you do not let us make a peace deal with Iran, we're going to cut you off before an aid. We're going to go after your gangsters in the United States. We're going to crack down on Jewish power at home. That's what you need to do. And I would bet you that if we, in actuality, or if we could give Iran confidence that we have Israel under control, a deal would become easy. A deal would become a lot easier than it's been. We could work out all the differences. We could have meetings on meetings in third countries, indirect negotiations, direct negotiations. It would just simply happen. And this is where we are. How did you deny it at this point? When the original ceasefire came out, Trump announced it. An hour later, Iran said we need a ceasefire in Lebanon too. What did Israel do the next morning? They killed 1,000 people in Lebanon. The next day, after 6 weeks of fighting, Trump says we have finally achieved a ceasefire. Iran has agreed to it. We're going to open up the strait. We're going to stop bombing them. Iran said, time out. We need a ceasefire in Lebanon too, or else there's no deal. Netanyahu said, say no more. He killed 1,000 people in Lebanon the next day. Same story here. You have this discussion on Saturday. A deal is within reach. We have agreed to a memorandum of understanding. What does Netanyahu do the next day? He vows to intensify the fighting. He brags about how many Hezbollah militants he killed. That's what they did on April 9th. Last year, when Netanyahu visited the White House, when Trump announced there was a 60-day window for Iran to negotiate a nuclear deal, the next day, Netanyahu went on television and said, the only deal we will accept is if we blow up Iran's nuclear program with bombs. So how are you going to make a deal when you're saying things like that? And Iran knows he can't rein them in. That's exactly what they did on June 13th, is they attacked Iran's nuclear program with bombs. And they'll do it here too. They'll do it again. This is what they always do. So that's the situation in Iran. And by the way, I told you that this would happen. Not for nothing. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Nobody even knows this, but the Biden administration tried to make a deal with Iran. As a matter of fact, that was the first thing he tried to do. Do you know that? In 2021, it has since been revealed, in the first year of Biden's presidency, that the first thing he did was send feelers out to Tehran to try to bring the Iran nuclear deal back. That is one of the first things he did as president. Nobody even knows that. And in 2023, just 2 months before October 7th, we had a prisoner exchange with Iran. We unfroze $6 billion in assets that were held up at South Korean bank. We traded a dozen of their prisoners for 300 of ours, or maybe vice versa. And then October 7th happened. We were on our way. And more to the point, Israel provoked Iran multiple times in 2024, and Biden did not take the bait. It's only because you have Trump in office that it is this way. And it was systematic. They shut down the protests on the university. Good, now we're not going to have a Vietnam-style protest movement among young people. That's out of the way. 2, they gave Israel $12 billion additional military aid. 3, you had Mike Waltz, our national security advisor, who collates all military intelligence and Pentagon intelligence to give the president his military options. He was working for Netanyahu. He was working for Netanyahu, talking to him on encrypted Israeli messaging app the entire time. That's why they bumped him as UN ambassador from the National Security Council. They censored all the content on TikTok because Trump secured the sale of the US business of TikTok to Netanyahu's best friend Ariel, who now owns all the data and the algorithm for the US-based TikTok platform. And now it's this. And now it's come to this. So I told you from the beginning, look, it's not us. People say, like, we need to win the election, we need to vote Republican. It's not like them. This is an Israel-occupied GOP. That's what it is. It's not even like they come first. They're the only ones that are being listened to at all. People say, well, we're scratching Israel's back. Maybe they'll scratch our back. Dude, they don't care about our backs. So they're whipping our backs. They built this on top of our backs. People say, well, I don't agree with everything Trump's doing. Like, yeah, he's bombing Iran, nobody's perfect. No, they're the only ones being taken care of right now. It would be one thing. I don't know that I would be okay with this, but okay? But it would even be a different story if we were getting 5 million deportations a year. I'm not saying I would vote for that at all. But I'm saying it might even be a different story. At least there was a trade-off. Like, okay, they put us on fire in jail, and they deported 1.5 million people this year, and they built the border wall, and they fixed the elections, so they're not mailing ballots anymore. If we had something to show for it, meaningful reform, you might say, well, in the grand scheme of things, if this is the last time you do this, maybe it's worth it. I don't know that I'd vote for that, but I'm saying maybe that'd be a different story. It's not even that. It's not even like, we give a couple of them, we give a couple of us. It's not everything for them, nothing for us. It's all about bombing Iran. We don't care how high the gas prices get. We don't care how low the favor really gets. We don't care how low the approval rating goes. We were talking about fighting deficit, now we want $1.5 trillion military budget to bomb Iran more. It's all them, nothing for us. And this is the problem with these Jews, is they just get greedy. I don't think that anybody would even necessarily have an issue. It would have gotten to this point if they were a humble interest group among others. Again, not defending that. Thinking out loud here. I don't know that there would be this mass red pilling and antipathy towards Israel and Jews if they were just a quiet little interest group among other interest groups and once somebody lost them. But think about how fucking egregious it is. I'm not saying that's okay. I'm saying it's so out of control. It's so one-sided that it's absolutely intolerable. It's 100% them, 0% us. They get everything, we get nothing. They got greedy. They take and they take. They don't want to do anything for us. And then they're surprised when people say burn down the GOP. Well, what does the GOP do? What is it there to do? What is its existence for? Other than to enrich powerful pro-Israel Jews. That's all it does. That's all it does. It's appoint Jewish attorneys and prosecutors that let Israeli nationals off the hook. They let them do insider trading. They let them get away with everything. They fight their wars. They fight their enemies. They denaturalize their enemies. That's what it does. So that's why I say burn the GOP to the ground. Fuck the GOP and this administration and everybody in it. Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, Trump, all these people. This is why I'm so in favor of. I don't like the Democrats, but they're the only ones that can punish the Republicans. People talk about primary Republicans, not gonna work. Not gonna work. You wanna know why? There's 435 Republicans in Congress. Well, not really. There's like 270 or 18. 53 Republicans in the Senate. 26, 27 Republican governors. And all the Republicans have money from the Republican Party. The incumbents have money. So if you want to primary all of them, hey, good luck. I mean, you can't primary everyone in the party. We don't have enough money. We don't have enough power. We don't have enough juice. You can't take over the party in its current state, especially now that they're all incumbents. What you can do is bring the opposite. You don't.
Nikki Ferriola from the Cicero Crew is a fan of yours. You need to embrace your Indian podcast.
Right, whatever. And remember that? Yeah, the guy who's like.
Then I think there are two other dimensions, as best I can tell. One is that the sanctions on the selling of Iranian oil have to be taken off so that Iran can take advantage of the open strait to sell its oil.
I hear this. According to Axios and a number of other sources, apparently a deal is at hand.
Understand. I mean, boring, obviously. Pretty cringe. Ooh! Oh my god! Heist TG? What is that? A lot of customization on.
And in the Persian Gulf, again, they have a 60-day ceasefire period during which time everything's going to get negotiated. And allegedly, according to the terms, we'll get that in a second. All the gates are open up. All the dual blockades are open. Persian Gulf oil will start getting out again. I don't know. peace in our time to break out. Or at least that's what a lot of people are saying. We'll see how much truth there actually is to that. What are some implications if it doesn't quite work out this way? And we're also going to take a look at how close are we to potential war in Russia and Europe. That is more of that's a bigger concern than what's happened in Portugal, but we're going to cover all that today. There's literally nobody to talk about all this. John Mearsheimer, international relations theorist and expert, professor of political science here at Chicago, and big friend of our show. John, welcome back as always.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you for your kind words.
Well, let's get started.
You think? Yeah. And she's going to rush. That you know.
Fucking simple at it, you retard. Don't even on me again. Like,
First issue there, because for I don't even know what the number is, the fifth or sixth time, Trump said, deal is at hand, it's been largely worked out, and it never worked out in that case. And then now here this morning, again, it said when I was on my previous show, again, announcement comes out from Axios, and what a shock here, right? The S&P 500 surged to its highest level on record on reports that the U.S. and Iran have reached a deal pending President Trump's approval. Apparently, he's forgotten to make all these calls. What do you make about this one? Do you think this one is going to hold the other one did?
Who knows for sure, Danny? It's almost impossible to predict with President Trump. But I make a couple points. One is that the deal will only come at the end of the second stage. And what we're talking about here is the first stage, which is apparently a 60-day stage. And in this opening stage, a number of things happen. Number one is that you have a ceasefire, no more shooting. And that includes in Lebanon as well. So it's very important to understand, and this is a point that the Iranians insist on, that the ceasefire has to include Lebanon. So number one is we get a ceasefire. Number two is that we open the straits. And that means that both blockades, the Iranian blockade of the strait and the U.S. block of the strait, come to an end. Then I think there are two other dimensions, as best I can tell. One is that the sanctions on the selling of Iranian oil have to be taken off so that Iran can take advantage of the open strait to sell its oil on the world market. So there'll be a limited lifting of the sanctions on Iran. And then the fourth element is the Iranians insist that they get, it appears to be $24 billion worth of the frozen assets that the West holds, those are frozen Iranian assets. And they want $24 billion worth of those assets now in the first phase. So if you get a ceasefire, you open the strait, you have limited sanctions relief, especially as it applies to oil and gas coming through the strait from Iran, and you get this $24 billion in frozen assets released. If that all happens, then you move into the second phase. And the second phase is where you deal with the nuclear issue. You deal with the question of who controls the strait moving forward. I assume you also deal with issues like reparations, Iranian missiles, and more extensive sanctions relief. But all that comes in the second phase. So the $64,000 question now is whether we can reach an agreement on the first phase. And Axios reports that we're close to doing that. As you pointed out, we've heard this story before, and we never did even get to the first phase.
Gotta bring yourself in, Dan.
Hate missing that button. You talked about something just a second ago, I think it's important to get right off the bat here, and that is that the Iranians have been adamant that when they talk about ceasefire, they don't just mean first of all, they mean across the board, which means Lebanon and Hezbollah. And here's the current, this is an active look at the headline, just 41 seconds ago. This is in the Times of Israel. They say diplomat downplays report claiming Iran gets a breach of the MOU, and in the headline right underneath it, you see the IS strikes Beirut for the first time, through which its offices in Lebanon intensify. So that doesn't exactly sound like we're on track to things. In fact, I'll just go ahead and ask you this. To what extent do you think it's possible that Israel to sabotage to make sure that it's done, know how important that is to Iran?
There's no question that Israel is interested in sabotaging the deal. The Israelis decide themselves that the thought that Trump's not going to deal with the Iranians, which is going to reflect the fact that the Iranians have won the war. We'll talk more about this later. But the fact is that this deal is very favorable to the Iranians, certainly when you take into account the second phase. Now, what is happening here is that the Israelis are trying to sabotage the deal by preventing a ceasefire in Lebanon. You want to remember that on May 15th was 13 days ago, the U.S. announced that Israel and Lebanon had agreed to a 45-day extension of the ceasefire. That means what's going on in Lebanon today with the Israelis relentlessly attacking Lebanon is a violation of the ceasefire. Very clear. And furthermore, if you look at what's happened in Gaza, we were supposed to have a ceasefire there. By my account, the Israelis have killed about 900 Palestinians since the Gaza ceasefire was announced. This is a way of saying there was no ceasefire in Gaza. And of course, given what's going on in Lebanon today, there's no ceasefire in Lebanon as well. So the question you have to ask yourself is, once the United States and the Iranians agree to the first phase of this negotiation process, do you think that the Israelis will be able to keep
keep from attacking Lebanon? Do you think they'll agree to a permanent ceasefire, which is what the Iranians insist on? And the answer is almost certainly no. They may agree initially. We may enter into the first phase of the negotiation.
Let's be real for a
and then
second. It
Israel
doesn't
starts
exist in Christianity.
Like,
Like, there's no Christian brotherhood in the West. Like right now.
Okay, you want to talk about Christian brotherhood, right? Are you ready? You're gonna get cooked. Let's go. All right, top Christian, top Catholic pusher of America first. Nick says, what the fuck would he say to an African Catholic? He calls him a brown cloud. But the guys in your religion, that should be your brother. Skin shouldn't matter at all. What's up with that? 100%. That's the Catholic movement. Anybody, a lot of these are white. Like, yes or no? Has the right or has the Catholic movement online assigned skin color religion? Yes or no? Online? Yeah, like the Dominican religion. And people are following. Yes or no? Like, they'll attack Islam. Thank you so much, bro.
I don't really usually encounter them in the wild because they don't go outside, but I think he's excited genuine. I don't think it is. I think he's faking it. He's like,
send him back to Cuba. Send him to Venezuela. Send him packing. He loves Cuba so much. Send him
why wouldn't you say China?
there. Give him what he wants. Wish granted. And then maybe these other champagne socialists will be a little more careful when they try to.
Yeah, I'm a class traitor. You're Mexican and a neo-Nazi at the same time. You don't live in that same universe. Your grand design for society does not have a place for you. Okay? Both gay and Mexican and a neo-Nazi. One of these things doesn't work with the other two.
And these neocons are Jews. All of them are Jews, actually. And they're the ones that created the clean break strategy. 7 countries in 5 years. Killing 7 Muslim countries in 5 years. Can you search this up? It's Syria, Iraq, Iran, Sudan, Yemen, Lebanon. House is it just you and your brother?
No, bro. In my house, it's me, my brother, my other brother, my sister, my 2 cousins, my mom, my dad.
Bro, what the fuck? That's sick.
I know, bro. Yeah.
That's actually insane. So in your house, is it just you and your brother?
No, bro. In my house, it's me, my brother. I'm curious. President Pence voted Remain for Brexit. You think I was going to vote? You think we should we call today. So fuck him. Another fucking black thug that hates whites. Fucking ingrate. They should ship his ass to Africa. Crime should be shipped back to Africa. You hate white people? Go fucking live with the people you like. Oh, why move all the way for black people? You can go live with them. Go live in Haiti. How about him and Sneeko? Pack your fucking bags. Sneeko can go to Haiti. Prime can go to Africa. What do you think about that? Take your fucking Hennessy and your Cavassier. To the question of how they're going to respond when Israel, as almost everybody recognizes, violates the ceasefire.
Let's take a look at some of these points here. This is what Axios is reporting these points. Ceasefire will be extended a memorandum of negotiations. We keep calling it a deal, but it's just an MOU. This establishes a 60-day window to launch negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. As you said, that's part of basically phase 2. During the 60-day, shipping and trade hormones will be unrestricted. I will get to that point in a minute because that's really important. This is from Axios. This is from the U.S. side. The U.S. Navy will lift its blockade in proportion to the restoration of commercial shipping. Iran will commit not to pursue nuclear weapons. No nuclear. They've always said that. Continue to say it. The memorandum of understanding will also state that the nuclear issue will be discussed first during the 60-day window, which really doesn't mean anything either. The U.S. will commit to discussing sanctions relief. Start using the problem on the Iranian side. They'll commit to discussing sanctions relief and the release of the Iranian frozen funds. The MOU will also include mechanisms to help Iran begin receiving goods and humanitarian aid, and the U.S. will stop it there. But that's a big issue there because this says that the U.S. will commit to discussing sanctions relief and the relief of Iranian funds. But the Iranian side has said was communicating back and forth with Professor Rondi, who's very closely associated with the Iranian government and their negotiating team. So that's not our understanding. Our understanding is that the money will be released first because we don't trust anything the U.S. says. So we need some confidence building measures that we cash it released first, and our energy system sanctions will have to be released up front. So if they don't get those two things, there's no basis to even talk about the rest of it. What do you make of that? Well, that was my understanding of the deal over the past week or so. And you read Trita Parsi and other people who were describing the deal based on conversations with people inside the U.S. and inside Iran. That was the understanding that there would be some substantial chunk of those frozen Iranian assets released right now, and furthermore that the sanctions on Iranian oil and gas would be lifted. By the way, that was the case when we were bombing Iran. You might remember that until we closed the strait, Iranian oil and gas was coming out of the strait and into world oil markets. We wanted that oil and gas from Iran into oil and gas markets, so we had lifted the sanctions on Iran, those particular sanctions at the start of this war. So this would be nothing new. But I would imagine that the Iranians are going to insist on this. I find it hard to believe that they would not, that they would allow the United States not to lift those sanctions and agree to enter this ceasefire. One of the things that Professor Rob talked to me about is only what his Iranian view was on control of the strait. But before I tell you what he said, let me show you what President Trump said yesterday on the same topic.
Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait, and would they have to open immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time? No, the strait's going to be open to everybody. It's international waters. Nobody's going to control. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control. That's part of the negotiation. They would like to control. Nobody's going to control. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
They'll be fine. We'll just blow up. It's not such a big deal. But listen, Professor Rondi has been categorical on the show, and so has other Iranian officials publicly.
Carried out a new wave of strikes in Iran. The Pentagon.
Wait, no, this isn't new. This says April 6th.
The U.S. forces struck 4 Iranian drones posing a threat to the strait. CENTCOM also bombing an Iranian military site. It was seconds away from launching a 5th drone. We're told these strikes are purely defensive and intended to maintain the ceasefire, quote unquote. This comes just after the president called a high-state cabinet meeting at the White House today. The main topic, Iran. Well, I think we're doing very well. I think they're starting to give us the things that they have to give us, and if they do, that's great. And if they won't, then the man on my left is going to finish them all. The man on his left, Pistol Pete. We're going to use maximum lethality. I'm bringing to their knees. So if they need to hit the bottom 30 ball for Air Force, their air defenses or their defense industrial base. They may have missiles, but
he's so proud. Look at his face. He loves hearing this. It's crazy.
Administration sources believe the deal's still in it. We're using the carrot and the stick.
There's been some progress, some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made. I just want to remind everybody, Mr. President, you know this well. You have other options available to you. That doesn't work. But the bottom line is that we prefer to negotiate at diplomatic
we'll
every chance to succeed.
Markets are bullish on the deal. The Dow and S&P hit record highs today, and oil fell to the low 90s. That's after we gave them another love tap earlier this week, and then just now, wiping out members of the guard after catching the money mines in the strait.
So they get
how much? Your negotiators causing more.
Well, as I said, bro, you know what really set the Iran military back more than anything, or the leadership, is whenever OpenAI got rid of Sora. Because they were making all these videos and shit, and then the moment that you got rid of those AI videos, I mean, Iran started losing that war big time.
Keep these talks on track, and they're trying to put a leash on the bar, telling them to quit with the straight shenanigans they want. Live to see another day. Most have no choice. The clock's working against them.
They just went back to the internet because they're getting profit. Their economies.
So you need to.
250%.
It's definitely in a war course and subservience, even the regime does something. Well, I mean, Serbians, something good.
The money has no value. Their whole economic system.
And then they're just going to wait until
we'll wait. You know, we'll wait. And he's got the midterms. Care about the midterms. What happened last night?
Turn them off.
The midterms.
The Iranians are looking for the relief valve. The steel companies, Iran, are completely shut down. Israel blew them up, and paychecks are missing. Meanwhile, our economy is still the largest in the world. Our GDP bigger than China, Germany, and India combined. Plus, now we're getting fresh batches of sweet crude from our new amigo.
Over 10 million barrels of energy oil delivered to the United States since the 3rd of January.
You're taking
Professionalized for the first time ever.
It's all they take people. You're trying to
market rates. The money going to an account in the United States, controlled and monitored by Treasury, audited by KPMG, and it's for the first time ever the money not being sold. It's going to the benefit of Venezuelan people.
Meanwhile, the Iranians taking the oil out. 101 ships. They've been.
It's a mystery. Nobody knows why.
Blockades cost them $20 billion and counting. Their ships are sanctioned and stuff. Iran needs the deal, and they're asking for a moolah. We froze billions of their assets at the start of the war, and they want us to thaw out some bank accounts ASAP. But we're not giving them their allowance back if they don't follow orders.
There's no way, like.
No, is there easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to market?
No, any easing
I don't know why they would do that. Just all them out. Wait on this for a long time. They can buy missiles. Yeah, exactly. Why would they want to do that? Fuck no. Of course not. Good. Good.
The message from the White House is no dust, no deal. The Iranians only get their money after they open up the strait and blow up the Iranian. But these Persians are squirrely. They're trying to put in a deal that they can control the strait with their neighbors on the other coast, Oman.
Didn't Trump say he was just going to blow up Oman if they fuck around?
Like, didn't he say that?
Now, this basically open to everybody. So it's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. Nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, and we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine. Now, this basically.
All right, well, there we go. Just going to blow them up. Okay?
Right. This basically open to everybody. So
yeah.
It's international waters.
Straight up America? We might have to. That sounds good.
It's part of the negotiation. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, and we'll have to blow them up.
Oman is an ally, but if you turn into a pirate, we'll turn you into an enemy. The Russians and Chinese also want to help with the uranium.
No,
so stay in your corner.
Would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their stockpile of the uranium that they've offered?
No, that would be.
The president wants to personally see the uranium destroyed. And once that happens, we have a deal.
Yeah, because he knows that they're bullshitting. It's obvious they're bullshitting. Like, duh.
But the president's throwing a curveball in the negotiations. He wants the Arab world to sign on to the deal too. And if they don't, there may be no deal.
And then immediately join the NC. Wyckoff is working on that with Jared and some others. I would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It would be historic if they do it. I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think because that really would be.
They owe it to us, okay.
And I think those countries owe it to us. I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know them?
Man. China and Russia depleting America's resources through their proxy Iran? Really, you think that's actually what's going on? Like, I don't think that's actually what's going on. I think it really is just people that are, oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is the, he's fucking, it's actually crazy how many unhinged things that he said. It really is.
Letting somebody else take over where we have to do it again. We can do it again. Nobody can stop that. There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch that war in Russia going on and on and on, and everybody dying, it's like, it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. They can put on notice if you fuck around with us. If you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before. Letting them.
And the thing is, he was like, remember whenever he did that to the fucking those guys in Venezuela? Like, yeah, that's what he did. I guess so. And let me go back. I'll look at a few more of these other posts. Actually, I'm fucking way behind. Sound cannon's time? Yeah, I guess so. Flashing thousands of dollars is a great way to get robbed. Don Wiley went viral for flexing a stack of cash on prom night. Was shot and killed in a parking lot in an after prom party in Michigan. That's honestly like, this kind of shit is so sad. Like, this is why they need to get on top of this shit. Like, why is this kid getting killed at 17 years old at prom? Like, who cares? He got a lot of money. Like, how much money really is that? Like $2,000. Who cares? Like, it's sad. It's so sad that we let this shit happen. The driving sessions is just available for first racing mixtape gameplay. What? Wait, really? Wait, what? Huh? Wait. I don't want Tyler to do the beating. I want the cops to. I want it to be a state-sanctioned public beating. Big bucket. Yep. Of course. Because the police. Because reasons, right? Like some people like the politics things. Like there's like these people always say the same opportunity. Yeah. Obvious. Like I want to let you. I will promise you guys that I will never, ever, ever. It's like playing an original Ninja Gaiden Grand Wizard. It's really old. Numbers are bad. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That's actually so, that sucks. So for white people, like I was raised by a single mom. 50%, holy fuck, man. Since 1970, it's gone to the moon. Oh my god. Single trigger family since 2024. 63%, that's actually so sad. So the state encourages and rewards it. I really couldn't speak to that, I don't know. Systemic racism, right? Yeah, right. We can extrapolate more single mom versus no dad at all. You know, it was 50%. I didn't know it was that bad. Like, that's insane how bad that is, wow. My husband, viewers, not fans, and they super dishonest journalism. Yeah, what goes around. This is just, guys. It has an ethnic identity as its identity. Either I think you look bad. How do you know? Michael, who's you know there's a closed? Yes. Is there anything? I mean, just a litany from the river to the sea.
They seem to be.
Was unbalanced. By the way, if you understand, there's literally no reason to do it. So don't do it.
They say they will never give up control of the orders. They allow traffic to go through any theaters, all the speed, etc. But they say they will remain control. They said nothing that would seem to satisfy this proposal. They know that control. They make those things.
First of all, this is going to be settled in a second phase, along with the nuclear issue, and as I said before, a handful of other issues as well. And it's going to be part of the negotiating process. And the truth is, you're not going to get any concessions from the Iranians that they're willing to sign off on regarding the nuclear issue unless you get agreement on the Strait. And so this will be settled later. And the end result is Iran will end up controlling the Strait. This leads to my second point. What is President Trump going to do to prevent Iran from controlling the Strait? This war's been going on since February 28th. And as you and I both know, Danny, if we had the capability to take back control of the Strait or take control of the Strait more accurate, we would have done it by now. We can't do it. We do not have the military wherewithal. And the last thing we want to do is continue the war against Iran. It would be catastrophic for us. So we're not going to launch a military operation to take back the Strait. Well, that tells you they're going to end up controlling the Strait. This is where I'll be makes clear.
I mean, just look at this. Even at a surface level, with no military experience, with no foreign policy experience, if you can see, we tried for about 40 days to defeat Iran militarily. We tried to assassinate leaders, to decapitate all that stuff, and nothing we did was able to wrest control of the Strait from them. So for all these different reasons, we just so many different ways that they can control civilian traffic out of the Strait. Then why do we have people like John Bolton, like Pompeo, who you just debated here, so maybe you give us very even closer here? Why do they still keep saying no? Let's go back and quote finish the job. Let's solve this militarily. How can they make that argument when we've already tried and failed?
Well, you can make any argument you want in the United States of America to get away with it, especially inside mainstream media, especially on platforms like Fox. So you have all of these war hawks who make these statements that make no sense when you look carefully at what our capabilities are. The idea we have to go in and finish the job, that sounds good. You know, rah, rah, America, let's go in there, let's finish the job. We're the most powerful state in the world. Don't tell us we can't have our way. We just need the willpower. That's what's lacking here. President Trump is getting weak because stiffing his backbone and then sending the American military in there and they'll do the job. You know, this sounds good to a lot of people. You know, sounds like a prescription for success. But if you look carefully at what we can actually do and what we tried to do and didn't do in the first 40 days of the conflict, it becomes manifestly apparent that these people are speaking nonsense. We have no military option here. We couldn't get control of the Strait. We couldn't bring Iran to their knees, the Iranians to their knees in the first 40 days of the war with massive air power power. What makes them think we can do it now? And oh, by the way, when we stopped bombing in mid-April, we then went to the blockade, and everybody was saying the blockade would work. Well, the blockade hasn't worked, and nobody really believes on the inside, or anybody who has an analytical mind, that you can use blockade plus a renewed bombing campaign to bring the Iranians to surrender. It just can't be done. And if it can be done, it would be nice if those people could tell us what the causal story is. In other words, what targets do we hit? What effects do those attacks have on the Iranian leadership? How do we cause them to surrender? And what about the historical record? When we look at past cases where you bombed a country like Iran after one big campaign, you launched a second campaign. What's the historical record say about why we should be confident it will work this time when it didn't work the first time? And of course, they have no such stories. They just make these empty statements that we have to go finish the job.
Well, in fact, to summarize, you were in a debate recently included by Pompeo, which we've highlighted here a few times. But what is it you can summarize? What is the argument why we should do it to try this compulsion situation?
Well, the thing is that Mike Pompeo said remarkably little about what we should do to win the war, because Mike Pompeo is smart enough to know that there is no magic formula. And the last thing that he wants to do is get into a debate with me and Steve Ballmer about what we should do to win the war. He concentrates on making the argument that the Iranians are basically the second coming of the Third Reich. They have the most evil regime. The Iranian regime is the most evil regime on the planet, and we have to finish it off. And therefore, it was good that President Trump went to war against Iran. And he's fully aware that it's a tough fight, but it's a fight worth waging. But he has no solution as to how we can win this war. And he doesn't go to that issue because he fully understands that there is no magic formula.
How are you not done?
Certainly has a lot of supporters back into another. Can we draw from that? There are those who just say, I know we can't, I'm not stupid, I know the military balance and all the causal issues you just mentioned, but that they're okay with just perpetual conflict, and as long as we're just fighting. That in itself is a success. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I don't know if that's Mike Pompeo's view, but I think there are a lot of people who believe that if we keep throwing mud at the wall, at some point it'll stick. It's not sticking now, but we just have to hang in there. We're incredibly powerful, and we can do this for a long time. And sooner or later, the mud's going to stick, and we're going to have an effective outcome. The Iranians are going to throw up their hands. And you want to remember, this is, I think, their worldview, that we live in an uncertain world. You can never be perfectly sure what's going to happen when you employ military force against an adversary. And they believe there's a good chance that this will work out. And you want to remember that if this doesn't work out, if we don't go back to fighting the war, we don't renew the air campaign, and we effectively surrender to Iran, which is what we're going to end up doing, Iran is going to clearly win this war. These people are going to have egg on their face. It's going to be a huge embarrassment for them for the rest of their life. They're going to have to explain how they thought we could win this war, and therefore acted as cheerleaders getting us into the war. And therefore they have a vested interest in trying to continue the war in hope that they'll gain resurrection.
You know, it's interesting. I'm going to show you here three of the biggest cheerleaders that have been going throughout this whole thing here, and where they are right now. We're going to start with Jack Keane here. Now, he has been adamant from before the war started, especially back in the January timeframe. He was saying no negotiation. Do not have a deal with people because it would empower them and whatever. If they stay in power, it's a bad thing. After we got into the ceasefire, he again repeated that. Well, yesterday on Fox News, he had a little bit of an odd twist, I think. I don't know if he's opening up because you're going to see in the second half of the sound out here. It seems to go back to the original part, but now it sounds like he's saying, well, maybe there can be a deal.
There's an opportunity, but maybe we can get where we need to be, and we don't have to go back to military operations, and we can avoid the horror that we're going to inflict, and also the potential risk of casualties on our people. He wants the nuclear deal as he has laid out. No reason to go into the details here. He wants the ballistic missile program completely restricted. He wants no support to the proxies. And obviously, job one, open up the Straits of Hormuz with no restrictions, no implication that somehow, some way, Iran has some control over what is now legally recognized as international waterway and freedom of navigation as precedent. And he's insisting on getting there, and he's giving fair warning to the Iranians. If we're not going to get there, then it's likely we're going to return to military operations.
So he still wants to land back, but we still should go back to operations. We'll make the first part to work. As far as I can see, that's the first time he's ever said, well, maybe we can have negotiations.
I agree with you. It sounds like he's woken up and smelled the coffee. It really does. I mean, he was not talking about going back and bombing Iran again. He, of course, at the end said that's a possibility, but he was, I think, extolling the virtues his own way of the deal that Trump was trying to work out. I find it hard to believe that a former four-star general hasn't figured out by now that we don't have a military option. I mean, it's so obvious. All we have to do is look at what we've done to the inventories. We've used about a third of our Tomahawk missiles. We just told the Japanese that these 400 Tomahawk missiles that they bought from us, we can't deliver them for maybe 3 more years. Can you believe that? We've taken THAADs, we've taken Patriots, we've taken a Marine unit, East Asia, moved into the Middle East. And despite all of this, we've not won in any meaningful military way. And surely General Keane understands that if we go back to land-based Iran with their power, they have a second strike capability, and they can do enormous damage in the Gulf region, to include shutting down the Red Sea, tearing up cables underneath the Strait of Hormuz, turning or sending the UAE back to the Stone Age. I mean, we just have no military option here. You just have to face up to that. And I think that that's what he's done. I mean, he did not say anything there that I found to be foolish.
You know, Jack Keane, Joe Kellogg, who's just going to be coming up next year, and then Lindsey Graham, all three of these guys have telephone rights to President Trump. He has, by Trump's own account, he listens to these guys a lot. So you talk about maybe Jack Keane woke up to sell coffee. Joe Kellogg is still apparently asleep. He's dealing with a theocratic leadership. There's no four people he's dealing with. You look at Khomeini, who's basically the supreme leader. We haven't seen he was injured on an airstrike. But you also have Awassi, who's a foreign minister. He wrote the book on negotiations. You look at Wahidi, who's their revolutionary guards, and he's a theocratic nut. And then you've got probably the only guy that's reasonable is Pezeshkian, who's the president. But he's got no control over it. They're actually calling the game plan pretty well. They have Iranians. And when they call them a day, what they did is they decentralized all of the revolutionary guards, so each one's in command of their own areas. That's what you're seeing them do dumb things. Like sending boats out into the Gulf. I don't control the senior level at all. I think the president's in their head. They're on a losing side right now. And I'm one of those who keep pushing for it. The only way to get it is changing for theocratic leadership. So people out there can do that. You only look at a lot of people, the son of the former Shah. So they're losing, and we should still go back to regime change, which is what he said he continues to advocate for. What do you think of that?
Well, you and I listened to him on Ukraine, and a lot of what he said made no sense on Ukraine. President Trump would have been a lot better off if he was truly interested in settling the Ukraine war if he had kept General Kellogg far away. But instead, he listened to General Kellogg, and we are Ukraine. And yeah, it's basically the same phenomenon at play here. I mean, the fact is that Iran is winning the war. Iran is going to win the war. We have achieved none of our objectives. Furthermore, Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz, which it didn't control on February 27th. Furthermore, there's all sorts of evidence that once the deal is worked out, Iran is going to get a huge amount of economic relief compared to where it was at. So Iran's going to come out of this a winner. You know, they're going to have to make some concessions on the nuclear program, but they weren't interested in acquiring a nuclear weapon anyway. So I think...
Right, on the 26th of February, the day before you're talking about there, they had actually put all that on the table and said, we'll negotiate all this stuff away to 1 degree. So that's not anything that they haven't already put there. So they literally lose nothing even on that point.
Yeah, so they're the winners in this war. And it's not to say they haven't suffered as a result of the war. They're the winners. And Kellogg refuses to admit that. And he still is under the illusion that we can use the hammer to bring them to their knees, to get them to surrender. And as I said before, and as you know better than me, there's just no military strategy that's available to us, to the United States, or to the United States and Israel, to rescue the situation. If there was, we would have tried it already. We tried bombing for 40 days. It didn't work. Then we went to the blockade. It hasn't worked. And what are you going to do next? And the answer is you're going to try and negotiate your way out of this. And what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to sound like General Keane. Go back to General Keane. What he was trying to do was put lipstick on a pig, right? He was trying to make it clear that we have to cut a deal, but President Trump will ultimately get the best deal possible and will come out smelling like a rose, that kind of argument. And President Trump's going to have to make that case at some point. His biggest problem there will be convincing the Israelis who fully understand that from their point of view, what's happened here is catastrophic.
And if General Kellogg didn't wake up and smell coffee, Lindsey Graham doesn't even want lipstick on this pig.
Obama and Biden screwed Iran up, and Donald Trump is fixing it. Obama gave Iran tens of billions of dollars. They took the money and they started building nuclear uranium with it, weapon-grade material. Biden reversed all of Trump's policies when he took over, and Donald Trump stopped Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. They're the weakest they've been since 1979. They're on the verge of a peace deal because they're weak. And what Donald Trump said, President Trump said about Saudi Arabia and Israel, if you get nothing out of this interview other than Trump endorsed me, if he can pull this off, if he can get Saudi Arabia, the center of Islam for the entire world, to recognize the Jewish state Israel, he will have ended the Arab-Israeli conflict that's been going on for thousands of years.
So there's something to unpack there, but he keeps repeating a lot of the things that are just categorically untrue. Now, the JCPOA didn't have another path for Obama. The one thing that kept him off the path that then Trump put him back on here, and Biden didn't reverse everything. A lot of people thought he would get back into the JCPOA, and he basically did nothing, so he didn't come out here. But that just left the dog like this. But then he's like, you know what? But we're going to get the Abraham Accords. King of Saudi Arabia is going to join back in there, and man, it's going to be great. What do you say to that?
I just want to re-emphasize the point you make because it's so important. It illustrates the extent to which Lindsey Graham was talking nonsense. It was Donald Trump in 2018. And by the way, Mike Pompeo had just become Secretary of State at the time. It was Pompeo and Trump who walked away from the JCPOA. Right? And that, of course, is what led Iran a year later to start enriching uranium, eventually up to 60. 50%. And as you pointed out, Danny, we cannot emphasize this enough, Biden, although he didn't go back into the JCPOA, basically followed the same path that Trump had pursued in his first term. Then we go to President Trump's second term, the one that we're now in. President Trump has participated in 2 wars against Iran. And in both of those cases, the Iranians were negotiating in good faith with the United States, and Israel and the United States attacked Iran out of the blue. So the idea that the Iranians are the ultimate bad guys and they're responsible for all of these troubles on the nuclear front and on other fronts as well is not a serious argument. This is not to make the argument that the Iranians are saints, but if you look at who has really screwed up the nuclear situation with regard to Iran, it's the United States, and it's mainly Donald Trump. It's not Joe Biden. So these arguments that Lindsey Graham is making make no sense at all. Now, with regard to the Abraham Accords, I don't know what in God's name President Trump is even raising this issue for at this point in time. The idea that Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Kuwait are going to enter into the Abraham Accords at this point in time is just unthinkable, especially given the genocide in Gaza. You want to remember that the countries that did enter into the Abraham Accords, and this includes countries like the United Arab Emirates, did so, I think, in 2020, but it was well before the genocide. At this point in time, given what the Israelis have done and continue to do to the Palestinians inside Greater Israel, there's no way these countries are going to enter into the Abraham Accords. And you just wonder, what is President Trump thinking when he even brings this issue up? So I think there's no chance of that happening.
Let's go back to something you mentioned there about Israel again, because that's we talked about how Iran has said we're going to maintain control of the straits, we're going to get some money up front, and we're going to get sanctions relief up front on the energy, or there's not going to be even a 60-day ceasefire. So that's one thing. But then you brought up Israel a couple times. This is on Al Jazeera right now, and they're saying, listen, Israel intensifies its attacks on southern Lebanon. So they again are doing whatever they can to just ruin this thing even more. It seems like. So the question is going to be: can President Trump rein in Israel, or is this, even aside from the other stuff I just said, will this alone doom any kind of a deal?
Well, I think, this is just my guess, I think that he will be able to rein Israel in for a few days so that we can enter that 60-day period. In other words, we can get the ceasefire. The question you have to ask yourself is, will the Israelis stick to the ceasefire after it's agreed to? And I find it hard to imagine that they'll stick to the ceasefire. I think they'll do everything they can to undermine the ceasefire and make sure we don't get to phase 2. And they will make the argument that what we should do is we should restart the bombing campaign. That's what they want to do. I mean, the question people want to ask themselves, Danny, is if the Israelis are interested in undermining the ceasefire and never reaching a final agreement, okay, but what do they propose as an alternative? And of course, what they propose as an alternative is that we go back to bombing Iran. They're in the Keith Kellogg, Lindsey Graham School of International Politics. For those of us who are rational legal actors, we all know this is a non-starter. It's just not going to work. So the Israelis can talk about doing that, but it's not a viable option. So that raises the question, where are we? Because the Iranians are not going to be happy about Israel bombing Lebanon again, and that will invariably happen. And the Iranians will want to respond. And then the question is, how do they respond? And when they respond, people in the United States will say the Iranians broke the ceasefire. They will not say Israel broke the ceasefire. They say Iran did. And then we'll run the danger of escalating by attacking Iran.
We had oil energy expert Art Berman on the show. He's a 50-year expert, a veteran in the oil industry. And he said, listen, we're already in a situation right now to where once the deal, let's say the magic happens in today, both sides of the blockades are opened up. He said it's going to be into next year before a lot of this stuff gets unwound. And we're already going to have severe shortages in gasoline, in diesel especially. He talked about all the ramifications for that, jet fuel, etc. But that's not the only problem. It might not even be the biggest problem. If you pay more for gasoline or whatever, that's an annoyance. But there's a bigger issue here, and that is in the food crisis. According to this site here, 3 global crises are hitting American food supply. War has disrupted sulfur producers. China is where the export farmers face the highest fertilizer cost in decades. Less fertilizer this spring equals lower yields this fall, less food this winter, and that's if it gets over with pretty quick. What do you make of the pressure that could put on the administration, maybe even Iran as well, but we're talking about the U.S. right now, to say, hey, look, you can play around with the markets and you can get the S&P 500 up to a great place, and yay, that's good for you. But look, we're going to have some food problems here. That this stuff, because people don't talk as much about the fertilizers getting out, the sulfur, the aluminum, all kinds of helium, other stuff necessary for economic production across the board. Surely the president is informed by that kind of pressure.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, just on fertilizers, there was not sufficient fertilizer for the spring planting, and that doesn't manifest itself in most places until the fall. So the food crisis is going to get very, very bad by late in the year. And there are other dimensions to this we could talk about that will make it even worse. But leave that aside. I believe, Danny, that there's enormous pressure on President Trump to shut this one down now for economic reasons. I believe that his principal advisors all understand what you were just saying, which is that even if we shut the war down tomorrow, we open the strait, we are going to face significant problems over the next year and a half, if not longer, dealing with the fallout from this war. It's a huge problem. And if you hypothesize a situation where we don't shut it down and the war goes into August, the consequences are far worse. This one has to be shut down. President Trump, I believe, fully understands that, and he wants to shut it down. But he faces a number of problems, Danny. First of all, he faces the Israel problem. Israel is a huge obstacle to settling this war, as we talked about. They don't want a settlement. Furthermore, you have a lobby in this country, the Zionist or Israel lobby, plus you have all these war hawks like Lindsey Graham, who have absolutely no interest in shutting this war down and have a lot of influence because the media gloms onto people like that and gives them lots of attention. So lots of Americans hear what they're saying, and that all puts pressure on Trump. He has to take into account Lindsey Graham. He has to take into account Miriam Adelson and the lobby. He has to take into account Benjamin Netanyahu. And on top of all that, the fact is that he's one of the most incompetent deal makers that the world has ever seen. He prides himself as this great deal maker. are we serious here? We've watched him, you and I, deal with the Ukraine war. Talking about dealing with an important issue in a ham-fisted way. I mean, his behavior here has been terrible. And then, when you look at the lieutenants that he turns to help him negotiate these deals, instead of dealing with real professionals and staffing the issue, he turns to people like Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I mean, these are babes in the woods. These are not the kind of people that you want dealing with important issues. And then he goes out and he tells those two, Kushner and Witkoff, that not only do they have to deal with Ukraine, they have to deal with Iran, and they have to deal with the Palestinian issue as well. And they don't need any staff. So you have Trump and these kinds of advisors to deal with these really difficult issues. I mean, if they put you and me in charge, Danny, to deal with Ukraine or to deal with Palestine or to deal with Iran, we would be up to our eyeballs in alligators, and we'd have one heck of a difficult time trying to foster a deal just because these are such complicated issues. But instead of having 2 or 3 or 4 competent people on the job with a sophisticated staff dealing with these issues, we have Trump, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff. So, are we going to... And, then he makes these statements like he's going to blow Oman to smithereens. And you just got to say to yourself, this is not the way to negotiate, right? The Omanis are our allies. They've been trying to help us to shut down the conflict in the Gulf. Why would you say things like that? Don't you want them to view us in a positive way? Don't you want to work with them? But that's not President Trump's style. And my point is that President Trump's style is not what the doctor called for in this.
Yeah, and I didn't even see that headline. Gary just popped up right there. That he seems to be adding to what Trump said yesterday. And yeah, boss, how about this? Let's throw some seconds on him. Listen, in the amount of time we got left here, I want to shift to another subject, which is maybe even more important to global security, not even just energy stuff, but global security in Western Europe, and that is what's going on in Russia. So this is today's Russian news here in the last number of hours here. First of all, Sergei Naryshkin, who's the director of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Services, said that according to him, the drums of war are now sounding especially loudly on the European continent, and thus a collision with Russia is actively incited by Britain. We have, subsequent to that, again today, we have Ambassador Polyansky, who was on our show about a week or so ago saying some of these things. He's now escalated some of those, and he's saying that the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation published a list of European enterprises that are associated with the production of drones in Ukraine. After that, Polyansky said that Russia has the right to consider such objects as legitimate military targets, and then Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov added his name to the list and said, according to him, the West has actually declared an open war on Russia. This is on top of Karaganov, who I think you and I have talked about before, saying, hey, maybe we should use conventional strikes in Europe. If that didn't work, we can try nuclear. There's others. There seems to be an increasing rhetoric, and now that there's this warning that everybody, all the diplomats, foreigners should get out of Kiev because they're going to bring some fire on top of that. What do you make of this situation?
Well, I think what's going on here has very little to do with the battlefield. It's important to emphasize that. And what's going on here is that the Ukrainians, with assistance from the West, are increasing the number and the sophistication of attacks on the Russian homeland. And furthermore, you have all this warlike rhetoric in the West to go along with these Western-aided attacks on the Russian homeland. And the Russians have come to the conclusion that they have no sufficient deterrent against the West anymore, or against Ukraine, in terms of attacking the Russian homeland. And that something has to be done to rectify this situation. They, in other words, have to reestablish deterrence. And the Russians basically have concluded that the only way that this can be done is to attack targets in Europe. And in effect, you're saying attacking targets in NATO member states. It's the only way to send a clear message and reestablish deterrence. And as Karaganov argues, and it's very important to emphasize that Karaganov
Oh my god. Fuck, dude. Bro, it's just one shot me though.
Views are shared by many, including in the upper echelons of the Russian elite. You start with conventional weapons, and if that doesn't work, if attacking a European state with conventional weapons doesn't cause deterrence, doesn't cause the Europeans to back off, and doesn't cause the Europeans to tell the Ukrainians to back off, then you use a limited number of nuclear weapons. And you do that not to win the war in any military sense, but you use that to send a powerful signal to the Europeans that you mean business, that you are so serious that you're willing to use nuclear weapons and throw all states out on the slippery slope to oblivion. And you're telling the West that the last chance to avoid
Nick
going down the slippery
Fuentes
slope
is an
is for them to
individual
cease
who's
attacking
got one thing
Russia,
he does
cease helping
consistently.
Ukraine.
He's very,
to attack
very
Russia.
strong.
So
He's
that's
very
what's going on
powerful
here.
when he's
And
in his
the problem is
mum's
that in the West,
basement.
most people don't take Russian threats seriously.
Destiny or
and they
Hassan
think,
want to
people in the
debate
West
him
think, and
these
Ukrainians
days.
think that you can continue to poke the Russians in the eye. And when they complain or say that they're going to take drastic action against you, you can just brush
His
it off. They won't
father's
do
Mexican.
that. They
He
have done it in the
turns it
past.
down
They won't do it
because
now.
the
So let's
idea-
just keep poking them in the eye.
What ethnicity
And
are your
Paragonov
parents?
says, this is
My
what's going on.
dad,
And
he's
what
from Haiti.
is really going on when you strip away
My
all the
mother's
layers of the onion. They don't
Filipino,
respect the fact
and
that
my
we're in nuclear
dad
power.
is
They don't
half
respect the fact
black,
that we live in a
and
nuclear age.
his
They don't think we would use nuclear
father,
weapons.
my grandfather,
we
is
have reached a point where it is probably
half
the case
Hungarian
that we
and
have to use
then
nuclear weapons against
half
us on a very limited basis,
Ashkenazi
again,
Jew.
just to send a very
Okay.
clear signal
So
that number one,
she
we live in
just
a
found
nuclear
out.
age, and number
So
two,
you're like
that we are
12.5%
deadly serious about
Jewish?
putting an end to
Yes,
Ukrainian
sir.
attacks
Shalom.
on
Okay,
the Russian
where was
homeland
your...
that are aided and abetted by European states like Britain and even the United States.
You know, you take a look at here's just a compilation of a number of headlines over the last several months. Germany prepares their country for war against Russia. You have NATO saying, "Yep, we could be at war with Russia within 3 to 5 years." UK is urging Britain to get ready for a Russian threat. The French general got upset because we're going to lose children in a fight against Russia. I mean, it's all over the place here. So on the one hand, it seems like they do believe there could be war with Russia. They seem to be prepared for it, but as everything does, nothing is in a vacuum, and so that does have an impact on the likes of Paragonov, the likes of Vladimir Putin, and the Russian people. Well, they hear those things, and they don't. It seems like the Russians do believe what they're saying here, and they appear to be acting on it. The question is, and let me take this in 3 phases here. If Russia has now publicly said we're going to strike Kiev in a way we've never had before, so if potentially the next day or 2 or 3 days, something like that, they have some massive strike on command and control, on information and leadership inside of Kiev, which they have not done at any point. Would that be enough to get the attention of the Western Europeans? Or that'll just make it matter?
I don't think it would. I think that if the Russians are serious about reestablishing deterrence, and here we're talking about deterring the Europeans from helping Ukraine attack Mother Russia, they're going to have to attack targets in places inside of Europe, probably the Baltic states. I think they're going to have to do that. The Russians are going to have to play hardball with the Europeans. Playing hardball with the Ukrainians doesn't matter. The Ukrainians have suffered enormously up to this point, and they managed to hang in the fight, and the Europeans continue to assist them. So I think, even a massive bombing campaign against Kiev won't do the job.
So, I mean, that's a pretty sobering statement. So you're arguing, or your assessment is that the current batch of European leaders, whether we're talking about Starmer, Merz, Macron, Ursula von der Leyen, Mark Rutte, etc., that they can't be deterred. They are going to continue helping Ukraine, even if you have a big bombing campaign here, even with this threat that they could strike European capitals or European targets here. Does that imply that you think that these Europeans, they just don't believe that Russia would do outside of Ukraine? How do you assess that?
Well, I actually think, just listening to the European elites, and many in the United States as well, speak, that they don't fully grasp that we're dealing with a nuclear-armed adversary here, and that this is an extremely dangerous situation. My sense is, Danny, that during the Cold War, we were much more cautious in talking about a war with Russia or then the Soviet Union, and we were much more cautious in our behavior during the Cold War than we are now. It's quite remarkable to me the extent to which we are willing to help Ukraine use military force against the Russian homeland. I mean, we're talking here today about the drone campaign it targets infrastructure and civilian sites like this dormitory in Russia. But that's only part of it. You want to remember, as I've emphasized on the show before, in August of 2024, Ukraine invaded Russia with assistance from the United States and Britain. Just think about that. Ukraine invaded Russia. Unthinkable in the Cold War that we would have aided any ally in an attack on the Soviet Union. And then remember that the Ukrainians attacked the bomber leg of Russia's nuclear triad. Unthinkable during the Cold War. But we felt, we meaning the United States and Britain mainly, but the West more generally, that it was okay for Ukraine to go after one leg of the Russian strategic nuclear triad. I actually found that quite shocking at the time. I still find it quite shocking. And this gets back to Karaganow's point and the point of others in the Russian elite, that the West doesn't believe that Russia has meaningful red lines. The West doesn't respect the fact that we're a nuclear power. They don't understand that they can't, or they shouldn't be able to send Ukrainian forces into Kursk in 2024. This is supposed to be unthinkable. And the Russians believe, I think quite correctly, that they didn't make it clear at the time, back in 2024, that what the West and the Ukrainians did was unacceptable. In other words, a lot of people inside of Russia feel that Putin has not put his foot down early enough. And it's about time we put our foot down. And then the question becomes, what does putting your foot down mean? And as you pointed out, it seems that what they're talking about now is bombing Kyiv in ways that they haven't bombed Kyiv in the past. What they did this past Sunday night is the first step in that direction. My response to you on that issue is, I'm not sure that's enough, Danny. I don't think that will have that much of an effect on how people in the West think. And in fact, you may be right that this is probably going to cause the West to double down in its support for Ukraine, have the opposite effect. Well, if that's the case, the Russians will escalate. And that means they'll attack with conventional weapons a target inside of Europe. And if that doesn't work, they'll escalate again. This is where we're at. We're going up the escalation ladder.
So let's look at phase two then. Let's presume that, yes, Russia hits Kiev. A lot of video, a lot of Zelensky coming out and saying, oh my God, please come and help us. And then the Europeans are angry, whatever. So they don't back down, they double down, and they send more stuff. And then Russia says, okay, we're now going to execute phase two, which they have published this list of enterprises and drone factories, missile factories, etc., all throughout from Great Britain all the way across. And they actually make good on that. So now then, and then in concurrence with that, they say, if that doesn't work, the next one is tactical nuclear weapons. Will that finally get the attention of the Western Europe?
I think it will. I mean, the question you have to ask yourself, if Russia uses nuclear weapons, what will the West do? What are you going to do at that point? Because if you retaliate with nuclear weapons of your own, then the Russians are likely to counter-retaliate, and you're going up the nuclear escalation ladder.
What do I say?
One could argue that if the Russians use conventional weapons in a European country and say at the same time that if this is not sufficient and you don't understand our red lines, we want you to fully appreciate.
Wait, what did I do?
We will turn to nuclear weapons.
I've watched a few highlights of graduation speeches where official intelligence. I'm the Vice President of the United States. So
Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes believe the exact same bullshit, but one gets recognized as a valid media person, Ben Shapiro does, right? And the other is understandably deplatformed and cast aside and has no place in like polite civilized conversations in civilized society. Part of that is because you can believe every single thing that Nick Fuentes believes, with one exception, Israel, and you're fine. This is busted. This is broken. This is the problem. Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes believe the exact same bullshit, but one gets recognized as a...
Next. The idea that you're going to threaten their survival via Ukraine, that you're going to give Ukraine weapons to hit Mother Russia and kill large numbers of Russian civilians is categorically unacceptable. And we are willing to play hardball up to the point where we will use nuclear weapons to cause you to change your behavior. If they do that, then you might not have to use nuclear weapons. But you do not want to underestimate how dangerous this situation is. And by the way, one of the reasons it's so dangerous is that the rhetoric in the West is rhetoric that I think is foolish. I don't think that Russia is a threat to Europe, period, end of story. But what I think doesn't really matter here. What matters is what the European leaders think. And I believe that you can make a case that the European leaders have convinced themselves that that Russia is the second coming of the Soviet Union or the second coming of the Third Reich, and that we in the West have to do everything possible to deter this monster, and then if deterrence fails, to defeat this monster in a war. That's really the way the European elites are talking. And again, I think there's a good case that can be made that they actually believe their rhetoric. And if they do, and if you listen to what you and I are saying about the Russian position, and then you marry those two things together, it is really getting to be a very scary situation.
And one other aspect, I know we're about to end the comment. Do you have a few more minutes for another? Okay. Europe can think that. They can say, no, and if the Russians represent this risk, we're going to go on. I mean, they're already on this. We're going to rebuild Europe, and we're going to develop 5% GDP, et cetera. But that's like a decade away. Doug McGregor on the show has chronicled out how long it would take to actually rebuild the forces. And when you look at what they have right now, they have a paltry of any troops. We have given away so much of our stuff to Ukraine over the years and then to Israel, and now we've extended our own in Iran. Our key weapon systems, which you mentioned a minute ago, whether it's the Jazzoo, the Tomahawk, the THAAD interceptors, factory interceptors, we're on fumes on those right now, whereas Russia has been, with their defense industrial capacity on the conventional level, have been stockpiling all kinds of stuff. Surely we would recognize that we can't do it right now. Even if we wanted to, we know that we can't convince Russia right now. Can that get through our hands to where we make a rational, if ugly, choice?
Well, I think that people understand what you're saying. And by the way, you want to emphasize that the manufacturing bases in the United States and in these European countries is in such pathetic shape that we can't produce quickly the weaponry that you would need to build a formidable military in countries like Germany and France and so forth and so on. So it's not going to happen. But what's going on here, Danny, is that the Europeans are using the Ukrainians to wage the fight for them. It's a very cheap way of doing business. It's a form of buck passing. In other words, you want to bleed the Russians white if you're the Europeans. If you believe this story that they've come up with, that the Russians are the second coming of the Soviet Union, they're poised to head for Berlin again, and you can't stop them yourself, then you use the Ukrainians to do it. And that's what they're doing. They're using the Ukrainians Ukrainians, and they're giving the Ukrainians the weapons to attack Russia. Right? It wasn't the Europeans themselves that invaded Kursk in August of 2024. It was the Ukrainians with assistance from the West. The same is true with the attack on the bomber forces. And in terms of the war that's now taking place, the ramped up drone war against Mother Russia, the Ukrainians are doing the fighting. They're launching the weapons, but they're in good part Western weapons, and they're heavily dependent on Western intelligence. So we're working with the Ukrainians, but the Ukrainians are doing the dirty work. So the Europeans are sitting back and concentrating instead on building up their military forces for World War III and letting the Ukrainians deal with the Russians in the meantime.
But we can't get there. I mean, there's too many years that would be necessary if they full on went on this wartime mobilization, the industrial. We can't get there in a long time. But this is something that could be coming literally in days, and some of it potentially in Kiev this year. So let me ask you a final question here. If you were called to Brussels tomorrow afternoon and they said, listen, we're going to listen to whatever you say, what would you recommend to do right now in this environment that we just described to avoid an escalation in the conventional realm, much less in the nuclear realm, that could bring some kind of stability to the situation? What is a rational policy we can adopt right now?
I think that very clearly what should be done is that we should stop aiding Ukraine in the drone war against Russia. And if anything, we should push the Ukrainians to end the drone war and to reach some sort of peace settlement with Russia. I mean, what's going on here, just getting back to a point I made a minute ago, is that the Europeans are using the Ukrainians to bludgeon Russia. The Ukrainians, it's quite clear that the European elites are deeply interested in defeating Russia, knocking Russia out of the ranks of the great powers, inflicting massive harm on Russia. And they don't want to do it themselves. They want the Ukrainians to do it. And if the Ukrainians bleed themselves white in the process, so be it. So this war is not in Ukraine's interest. You and I have talked about this ad nauseum. It's in Ukraine's interest to get a peace agreement now, get the best deal possible. The Ukrainians are never going to get back that 20% of Ukrainian territory that they lost. They're not going to get back Crimea. They're not going to get back those areas of the Donbass and Zaporizhia and Kherson that they lost. They're gone. And cut the deal now. And we should be putting pressure on the Ukrainians to cut a deal. And we should certainly be putting pressure on the Ukrainians to stop attacking the Russian homeland with drones. Because this, if we're not careful, is going to lead to catastrophe. I think what has to be done here, Danny, is quite obvious. It's been obvious for quite a while now. But you and I, are whistling in the wind when we make this argument, because hardly anybody in power seems to think that the solution to this conflict that is in Europe's interest and is in Ukraine's interest is to shut this war down. It is not in Ukraine's interest to continue this war. All this rhetoric that you hear about, Ukraine fighting on for democracy and how we should continue to support it and how Ukraine should fight to the bitter end because it probably won't be a bitter end. They'll defeat the Russians in the end. It's nonsense. They're not going to defeat the Russians in the end. And in fact, as the Russians are now making clear, the better Ukraine does against Russia, this is what's happening with the drone attacks. The Ukrainian drone attacks are becoming more effective. And what is the Russian response? To escalate. This means that anything that Ukraine does now or in the future to improve its situation will cause the Russians to escalate. And of course, the Europeans and the Ukrainians will counter-escalate, the Russians will counter-escalate, and up the escalation ladder we go. And where this ends, who knows? But one can tell stories that do not have a happy ending. Therefore, the best thing that we can do, what I would tell people in Brussels to do, is shut this war down. But again, this is an argument you and I have been making for a long time, and for some reason, people don't seem to get it.
It feels to me, John, that we're in a condition right now where a lot of these people I just mentioned, with Ruta or Starmer or Maps, they're not stupid people. And I would imagine that they may have even assessed the same thing that you and I are talking about. They can certainly see this, especially if Russian missiles start just crushing Ukraine, Kiev in a way that it hasn't before, that they could recognize the second, third, fourth levels of what could probably come next and would maybe want to get it off the table to the extent that you just described there. But it seems like that they're caught in this mental trap that, well, we've made our entire careers based on saying this stuff, and if we walked it back now, we would lose our positions of power or something, and then they would just mindlessly go into at least up to potentially a nuclear escalation, even though they know it's the wrong thing to do. Have you ever seen that in history where they know the right thing to do, but still feel powerless and just walk off the cliff anyway?
I think you see this kind of behavior all the time. I often say to people that this reminds me of the Vietnam War. I took away a handful of lessons from the Vietnam War. As you know, I was in the American military from 1965 to 1975, which was coterminous with that war. One lesson I learned is don't go into places like Vietnam ever. But another lesson I learned in those years is that it's very easy to get into these wars, but it's almost impossible to get out. It's just quite remarkable. And you saw that in Vietnam. And by the way, you saw that in Afghanistan. It was quite clear early on in that war, after 4 or 5, 6 years, that we were in a quagmire. We had no 20 years to get out. 20 years to get out. Let's talk about the Iran war. We'll probably still be talking about this a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Right? When President Trump went to war on February 28th, he thought he was going to win a quick and decisive victory. He's going to knock off the regime. That was going to be the end of it. We're all going to live happily ever after. When that doesn't happen, right? When that doesn't happen, you end up in a protracted war. And getting yourself out of that protracted war is extremely difficult. And Ukraine is a perfect case in point. Just to go back to the Ukraine war and the origins of that war. A lot of people say that what Putin did was he invaded Ukraine for the purpose of conquering the entire country. And that if you look at what he did in the first days of the war, he was bent on conquering Kyiv. And then once Kyiv fell, all of Ukraine would fall, and it would be like the fall of France in 1940, okay? That's not what was going on here. What Putin was doing was he was launching a limited attack into Ukraine. General Syrskyi says he only went in with 100,000 troops, 100,000 combat troops. I use the number 190,000. That's the high-end number. Syrskyi says 100,000. Small force. Did not try to conquer Kyiv. He couldn't have conquered Kyiv with 100,000 troops. And of course, those 100,000 troops were spread out all over Ukraine.
Five different axes, right?
Exactly. So what was he doing? Putin was interested in going in, starting a limited war to show how serious he was, and then starting negotiations with the Ukrainians. And 2 or 3 days after the war started, Putin sent a message to Zelensky and said, let's start negotiating. And this is what led almost immediately thereafter to the negotiations that started in Belarus and then went to Istanbul. These are the famous Istanbul negotiations, March, early April of 2022, right? And it looked like Putin's strategy was going to work. In other words, what I'm saying to you, Danny, it was a limited aim strategy. Putin was not interested in conquering all of Ukraine. He was interested in invading and then using that invasion as a means of getting Ukraine to negotiate a settlement through the Istanbul process. And he actually came very close to succeeding. Right? If Boris Johnson and the Americans had not told the Ukrainians to walk away, we might have had a deal and shut this war down then. But the problem for Putin is when you launch a limited aim strategy, you don't defeat the other side decisively, right? And you're in a war. That war is almost impossible to get out of. And here's Putin into the 5th year of the war.
Great point. That's a great point.
You see what happened here?
Yeah.
Right? In a very important way, Putin is in the same dilemma that we were in Vietnam, and we're in Afghanistan, that I think we're in Iran. I hope I'm wrong on that one, and that he is in Ukraine, right? If you go into a war thinking you can win a quick and decisive victory, right, and you don't achieve that goal, right, and you're in a protracted war. This is Iran, right? We thought, shock and awe, decapitation, we would quick and decisive victory. You know the whole story. That doesn't happen. Here we are, right? And Putin is a slightly different case in the sense that he wasn't expecting to win a quick and decisive victory, right? He was just wanting to use force to show how serious he was and to get negotiations going, which he did, and he came close. But close is not good enough when it comes to war. And here he is in a protracted war. Let's be frank, he's having a devil of a time getting himself out of it, right? This is the point about you and me. You and I, we argue that it's obvious what should be done here, that we should cut a deal now, but nobody listens. That's just another way of saying it's amazing how difficult it is to get out of a war once you're into it.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to find out one way or the other, I think. Just a second here. We got a note from somebody who has some insight into what the Russians are thinking. They say that it's now just a matter of time until the first blow strike in Kiev, and they're expecting it to fail, and they're ready to go to part 2. We'll see if that happens. I pray to God it's not.
Yeah.
But as you have just really laid out here, pretty.
The pronunciation, how do you say dual halal?
Yep.
You're the fucking... You're the fucking... Oh my... You're the fucking goat. Get your penta. Oh my god!
Yep.
My blade is yours.
You got the typical gamer skin?
Yeah.
Why you not wearing it?
Got the pickaxe on.
Let me see. Okay, TG, look at that, bro. They rocking their pickaxe out here, bro. How about you? What you got?
I don't got it, bro.
You want it?
Yeah.
Ask nicely. Tell him, TG.
TG, bro. Can I get it, please, man?
Yo, TG, Polo just asked for your skin, bro. Send him over a DM or something, man.
Without me.
You got the typical gamer skin?
Yeah.
Why you not wearing it?
Got the pickaxe on.
Let me see. Okay, TG, look at
Yo, what is this? Do you guys get like cold?
אנחנו אכן, אני תמיד חשבתי שאנחנו צריכים להכפיל את כוחנו, לשלש אותו, לרבע אותו, קודם כל על ידי שחרור הכלכלה שלנו, דבר שעשיתי כראש ממשלה וכשר אוצר. מדינה עכשיו היא עוד מעט עם $70,000 תל"ג לנפש, עברנו את בריטניה, את גרמניה, את איטליה, את כולם. היום זה נראה כמובן מאליו, אבל כשאמרתי שזה יקרה, כשהתחלנו את הרפורמות הגדולות, כמו שחרור המטבע, שאני נבחרתי לראשונה בקדנציה הראשונה שלי כראש ממשלה, היה עדיין אסור להוציא כסף זר, כסף נניח דולרים. לא יכולת ללכת, לקחת, להוציא מהבנק דולרים, לצאת לחוץ לארץ, הייתה הגבלה על מטבע זר. היית צריך לקבל אישור מבנק ישראל, ללכת לאיזה אשנב של פקיד שהיה מגלגל אותך לאשנב השני והשלישי, והיית מקבל אישור, וכשהיית חוזר מחוץ לארץ, היית צריך להפקיד את הדולרים העודפים מעבר לסכום המותר. כמו מדינת עולם שלישי. ואחת הרפורמות הראשונות שעשיתי כראש ממשלה היה להסיר את כל המגבלות האלה. אזרחי ישראל לא צריכים להכביד דולרים מתחת לבלטות או בתוך מזרונים. אתם צעירים מדי, אתם חושבים שאני מתבדח. אתה עוד זוכר דבר כזה?
יש מערכון, למי שלא מכיר, של הגשש החיוור. כדי להבין כמה מרכזי זה, יש מערכון של הגשש החיוור שמתעסק רק בזה, ועל ביטוח על מה שמתחת לבלטות.
איך שומרים על זה? אז הדבר הכי פשוט זה פשוט לפתוח את הכל, ולאפשר כאן שוק חופשי, והדבר הזה באמת הביא לאחת מהרפורמות, בערך מעשרות רפורמות, שהובלתי גם כראש ממשלה ואחר כך כשר אוצר, כדי לעשות שוק חופשי ולתת לכם, לאזרחים, להחליט מה לעשות עם הכסף שלכם, מה לקנות, שתהיה פה יותר תחרות. יש לנו כברת דרך לעשות, אבל עשינו הרבה ועברנו את רוב מדינות המערב.
The internet is killing Islam.
How so?
Think of the psychology. Islam teaches they're meant to be dominating and conquesting religion. They're meant to go and take over the world with theirs. They can't right now. They're being dominated by the West. We've turned Islamic countries into our dhimmis, so to speak. They work for the United States. And so to them, it is inferiority complex because they're
finally released surveillance footage showing the UPS MD-11's left engine detach during takeoff. Watch it in slow motion here. First, it appears the engine begins detaching quite literally the moment the landing gear leaves the ground, comes over top of the left wing, catches fire, and the rest is history. Now, switch up the battery. WTF is Micro Center even doing right now? I don't think they understand the economy that we're in right now. As we know, the recently launched Ryzen 7 9850 X3D is one of the very best CPUs on the planet for gaming. Everywhere online it's been between $450 to $500. So why is Micro Center selling it in a bundle with a motherboard for $500? I mean, this is just outrageous because the 9850 X3D is paired with an ASUS B850-E Tough gaming Wi-Fi. That's a respectable ATX B850 motherboard, which is almost completely free. But here is a model that makes no sense. Here's the same CPU and motherboard combo, but this time with a 32GB DDR5 6000 MHz Corsair Vengeance RAM kit. Look online, and this RAM is about over $400 by itself, but that somehow only raises the price of the bundle by $200. In this bundle, you're getting the entire motherboard for free and like 2 of the 8 cores for free as well. I know Micro Center is taking a loss and it's a business strategy to get people in the door, but my God, can they stay in business with this good of deals? WTF is Micro Center even doing right now? I don't think. Yeah, right, even us. What is it?
I think it is. I bought it in the men's section. It's just the long-weighted dressing room night clothes. Yeah, that was kind of good.
No, we don't think. That's much better. T-shirt.
Really? It's like casual.
What's the color?
Pretty good match.
The one pair fits.
Are you ready?
Yes. Wow. Thank you. It's a good sweater.
My big ones. So we're going to be matching the Levi's jeans, armor. Oh, what are the those?
That's scary. The door is open by itself. It's like also sneakers. Armor tone.
It was wired goods, and that's really fit.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What do you call this dude? Last time we went berry picking, sauce Ada. Strawberry.
Well, and magic I'm going to show you there. Liberty's fantastic. How long until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill? Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have two mandates for U.S. currency and present. No living person can be on U.S. currency, and currency must stay in California first. So right now there is proposed legislation from the House in front of the Senate to change the first requirements of the $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of the it's all in the capital and Treasury. We prepare things in advance, so we have prepared in advance that if the Next, we have Hanji's death. Makes no sense. Another dumping in Attack on Titan is Hanji's death. To be clear, the scene is emotional. Hanji going out while facing the crumbling is visually powerful, and it gives her a heroic final moment. When you look at how the story sets up the situation, the death still feels worse. At this point, the Alliance needs just enough time for the flying boat to take off. The wall Titans are getting closer, and if they reach the hangar, everything's over. So Hanji decides to stay behind and slow them down. Her goal is to take down the front line of colossal Titans heading directly toward the hangar, cause a temporary blockage, and by the few seconds the Alliance needs. But here's where the logic falls apart. The sheer speed and momentum of the rumbling. The wall Titans wiped out 80% of humanity in a matter of days. That means they're moving at a terrifyingly fast pace. In the manga, Hanji only takes down about 2 Titans. The anime tried to fix this by letting her kill a few more, but it still doesn't fix the core issue. How does dropping a handful of Titans create a meaningful roadblock for an unstoppable, continent-crushing wave moving at that speed? The momentum of thousands of colossal Titans pushing from behind instantly trample the fallen ones without losing a single second. Next, we have Hanji's death. Makes
both of these algorithms can find choice time out of the space, but one finishes way faster. The X-Ray's algorithm works by spraying out equally in all directions, checking every path until it finds the exit. A-star search estimates how far each path is from the exit and prioritizes the path with the lowest estimated distance. It does this using a scoring function that calculates the total cost of each path based on the distance already traveled and the estimated distance that's left. In order to know how close to the exit it is, A-star needs to begin the position of that exit, switching over the exit is. Both of these algorithms can find choice time out of the space.
That's a human.
First to the other assignments.
I knew it. Yeah, of course I am. Accept it then. I'm not accepting anything. Are you for real? Yeah. Come on. This is so tired. No, you can't. I can't. No, you can't. I can't get something like this. I hate it. I hate this game. Believe in yourself, guys. This is 50,000 feet, and
That's it! From today, I won't give you a single chance to fight!
Oh, really?
Oh my god, that's so satisfying. They even have the wax-covered squishies. Oh my god! Oh, that's so satisfying. Oh, the crunch! Wait, this was a double layer of wax. It's so satisfying. They even have a butter needle. Look at it, that's so cool.
You trust people in New York City? Well, to test this, I got a free water bottle stand in the middle of New York City with a sign that says, "Please take one. Curious to see if people would like my honor system." And so I began observing people going up. And at the start, everybody was abiding by the rule, and even groups of 2 people were only taking 1 water bottle, which was really encouraging to see. Unfortunately, though, this didn't last too long because after about 10 water bottles were taken, a man came up and was the first to break the trust, taking 2 water bottles despite being by himself. Otherwise, though, things continued fairly well, and New Yorkers weren't abusing the trust. But right as I thought that, another man comes up and completely betrays the social contract, ignoring the rules altogether and picking up some change I had left on the table that people had left me instead. And so I decided to shut it down right there, and the final stats were 20 people went up and 2 people defended, which means you can't trust about 10% of people. So now you know. You trust people in New York City? Well, to test this, I put out a free water bottle.
Is there 3 websites that should be kept a secret because they're just too good? The website lets you watch movies, TV shows, anime, manga, all for free. They are literally up to date with One Piece. And this is proof that it actually works. If you look at the video quality, the website is going on. Calculate all of your research.
The parts are usually most sensitive, well, 2 places. The haunches, kind of under the belly, sometimes for males, like the tail, and then also the head. So I'm going to work my way that leg like I did, and then I'm going to go to these haunches here, kind of up underneath. That's the part they're going to like least, so I'm going to take my time here. Really, really, really work on getting used to that being there. And then stop and stops. Down teaching is okay. The part they're usually most sensitive, well, 2.
surveyed over 1,000 gamers, gave them a Hey, can I get a glass of H? Oh, can I have a glass of H too? Mom was from Lebanon, my dad from Egypt. Oh, that's really awesome. I'm not Jewish. What do you mean? Are you from yeah, there used to be a lot of Jews living in Egypt. They're all gone now, but yes, that's where we come from. You're Christian, right? Yeah. We're all one. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. You can stay in this room. Thinking the Discord status is open zero content. Active talking, active mode, S tier, idle, B tier, idle talking, A tier, DD and D&D talking, invisible D tier, invisible but top. Hello, the new ride, Rob, how we doing? Oh, wait, can I roll something? So long, you got me. Let me get electric truck, so let's work. How much 500? Is that full tank? Hell no. I'll try about 9, 10. The most hated position at Chick-fil-A is called dining room. It's basically a nice way to say you take out the trash, clean the bathrooms, and also clean the dining room. A lot of people hate it. You never get the chance to be around your coworkers. You're basically walking around the restaurant like an NPC, checking the bathrooms, dining room. You're essentially creating 8 gigabytes. 8 gigabytes is where computers start cooperating with you instead of fighting you. 10 plus browser tabs open, fine. Office apps running, no problem. Spotify, Discord, and YouTube video in the background. 8 gigabytes handles all without trouble. For everyday use, it's the sweet spot. Gaming works well at 8 gigabytes for most times. Older games, indie games, mid-range titles, totally comfortable. But some newer open world games are starting to push against that ceiling. You might get occasional stutters in the heaviest releases. Now here's where something interesting happens, and most people don't notice. Apple's M-series chips, M1, M2, M3, use what's called unified memory architecture.
You're about to finish and you tell me to slow down?
What happens when you ask Claude to rewrite your resume so well that it becomes almost unrejectable? I tried this and literally got. Haddo explained in 30 seconds. When he says April Fool's joke with the board, Lucha, besides Haddo was a place they settled from Second Iowa. Love Jesus Online is a 31-year-old began on music break American with French Rose. So she was made to troll local fans. Haddo is not a vocal, but originally created for Lucha, a similar software that allows users to control Haddo's voice when they say just like that. Haddo accumulated a niche dedicated fan base. He featured in many songs after release for popularity, so you're better than 100 in the city. Multiple dating which if you want to report this off of the Japanese culture and language, follow the Yago page and check out our app. This is a $1 million year to write code for the last 20 years of his life. And this is a $1 year who's never written a live code. Fun. You can use AI. Whoever building a better app in the next hour gets a free backup. So I'm building a course with $100 to make money on distributed Kubernetes services. That's like you're building a $1 million app. Make mistakes still. I'm going to figure space suggestions out. Now all I'm doing is recreate just like on concept. So, oh yeah, give us a second. Hey, I'll take like, yeah. Okay, concept. Okay, let's see what it looks like. So it'll stop where you figure your code and just create little feedback on what you're doing. Now for the $1. Yeah, so I think this app that we just research something with you can kind of see here. It's not working right now. It's part of the feature. So the winner of the MacBook is the $1 in the air. Oh, this is Hey, I just wanted to say, really beautiful, and I'd love to get through something.
That's it? You're not gonna try to convince me?
You said no.
Yeah, but no can mean yes.
If I want to play games, I got a Nintendo at home. So, you're good. Thank you. Have a great day. Hey.
It's New York, and even don't get scammed by Japanese girl. The most miserable foreign guys that come here is these guys that came to Japan just in search of Japanese women.
There are some people who come to Japan to look for the Japanese girls. My students are very handsome. Okay, they got it. But she's messaging you because she thinks that you are the good duck. We call it kamodegi. Kamodegi means that you are literally duck.
For Juno, I like to use the are the good guys. I was talking to this Pakistani the other day. He was killing me on how Sunni Islam is a creation of the Jews. And I said, I don't know about all that, but yeah, he was billing me up. What the fuck is this guy's actual problem with me? You know, you got a problem with me, just say it. Every song's
طابش قد منو جاء pretty damn corrupt. واحد يقول العراق كرات بس واحد يشوف
عندهم درونز يوكرين عندهم درونز من يورا اوريدي ضربوا كيف اخوي مثل ايران
Crazy, bro. Like, I haven't taken a shower in 2 weeks. I haven't done it in 2 weeks. I'm gonna shower today because the PoE League comes out tomorrow, and I want to be ready. That way I don't have any interruptions.
Oh, when you die to the 2 frame, so you low-key just quit the low. When you low-key just play...
Did you know that walking to the left in Fortnite is basically a guaranteed way to lose every fight? Now think about this. You're inside a 1x1 box and your opponent is running in circles around your box clockwise, aka they're walking forward and to their left. You can basically make any edit and it'll be a right hand peek for you since they're just going to walk right into it. However, if they're circling you clockwise, aka walking forward and to the right, it's very difficult to choose a correct edit as almost anything that you do will create a right hand peek for them or it'll be a 50-50. This is why it's really important to walk to the right as you always set up right hand peeks for yourself and counter them from other players. The skill gap of Fortnite's movement is huge and you can click the video below to learn about it. Did you know that walking to the left in Fortnite is basically a guaranteed way to lose every fight? Now think about this. You're inside a 1x1 box and your opponent is running in circles around your box clockwise, aka they're walking forward and to their left. You can basically make any edit and it'll be a right hand peek for you since they're just going to walk right into it. However, if they're circling you clockwise, aka walking forward and to the right, it's very difficult to choose a correct edit as almost anything that you do will create a right hand peek for them or it'll be a 50-50. This is why it's really important to walk to the right as you always set up right hand peeks for yourself and counter them from other players. The skill gap of Fortnite's movement is huge and you can click the video below to learn about it. Did you know that walking to the left in Fortnite is basically a guaranteed way to lose every fight? Now think about this. You're inside a 1x1 box and your opponent is running in circles around your box clockwise, aka they're walking forward and to their left. You can basically make any edit and it'll be a right hand peek for you since they're just going to walk right into it. However, if they're circling you clockwise, aka walking forward and to the right, it's very difficult to choose a correct edit as almost anything that you do will create a right hand peek for them or it'll be a 50-50. This is why it's really important to walk to the right as you always set up right hand peeks for yourself and counter them from other players. The skill gap of Fortnite's movement.
Now, why is this part specifically the hardest?
Let me just show you a video.
And I'm up just playing the game, and a glitch happened with the game where like the in-game currency was like glitching, and I was getting like millions of like free money in the game.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit. And I looked over at him, he's sleeping, and I was like, fuck, who do I...
Come. This new herb is getting added to Geometry Dash. Let me explain. Recently, I found this level called Custom Herb.
When Mr. Savage boxed himself in zone, then this happened. Oh. When Mr. Savage boxed himself in zone, then this happened.
I was talking to this chick, and, you know, I was kind of still new to the game, so I didn't really understand, like, if a chick only takes face photos, she's probably, like, you know, a little overweight. So I'm like, damn, this chick's cute. Invite her over.
Bro, she shows up, bro. Oh my god. Like, no disrespect to overweight people. Well, unless, I mean, if it's a disease, I get it. But if you're just eating a lot, go to the gym. Bro, she shows up, bro. She gets out of the car. Oh my god. Like, this was like, we're talking, I don't want to be disrespectful or over exaggerate, but it was like Humpty Dumpty hopping out of the whale. And
Well, you always say I don't want to be disrespectful, and then say some disrespectful.
hear me out. She ends up coming through, right? And I don't know why I let it get this far, but I'm fingering her, okay? Brother, I couldn't
what?
just hear me out. I couldn't find the pussy walls. I couldn't find the wall. It was like I was fingering to nowhere. It was like one of those magician pockets that keep going. There was no wall to go. I didn't know where the G spot was. My fingers, I had no geolocation. You understand? It was a very, I still have PTSD to this day. I still like, when it comes to my mind at this age, I still like cringe. I like throw up in my mouth. It was just such a terrible experience.
Graduation speeches. Reformed, yeah.
2025.
I will say that I really did not know to the extent of how bad of a person Clavicular was, but I won't say that I didn't shoot everything down, because I did shoot everything down that he was saying. I would never do an IRL with him. I played 3 games with him for 30 minutes, told him that God loves him and left the call, and told him that God's gonna save him. And yeah, I don't know. I definitely made a mistake doing content with him. By doing content, I mean like doing a stream with him. Please forgive me for using your name in vain. Please forgive me for doing a stream with somebody that's such a terrible person. And please give me the strength to move past this. Thank you. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. I will say that I really did not know to the extent of how bad of a person Clavicular was, but I won't say that I didn't shoot everything down, because I did shoot everything down that he was saying. I would never do an IRL stream with him. I played 3 games with him for 30 minutes, told him that God loves him and left the call, and told him that God's gonna save him. And yeah, I don't know. I definitely made a mistake doing content with him. By doing content, I mean like doing a stream with him. Please forgive me for using your name in vain. Please forgive me for doing a stream with somebody that's such a terrible person. And please give me the strength to move past this. Thank you. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. I will say that I really did not know to the extent of how bad of a person Clavicular was, but wait till you see an A somewhere over there. But it all
Back up. Wait, that's...
What?
I need headphones. How do
Dreams, I
Don't send her
5 on a good day.
Put it on full
Don't
cam.
fuck me up. Can I tell you everything I think that's wrong, and then you tell me? I think you gotta be real.
I think yeah. And the bus? There's a battle bus?
I don't know, it's like some big old truck. Or like a bus. What is it?
Sprinter. Sprinter van.
A Sprinter, yeah.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Almost that age.
How old are you? 20? Oh. Nah, it's not. You're 20? 25. No, that's not brutal. Come on. No, because like, I feel like you hit your peak, and usually people hit their peak. So what is it?
Man.
Alright, you walked me into a day of Clavicular. What do you do?
Wake up. Shit, dude. Honestly, pretty fucking random.
I don't mind too.
Today I woke up at like 2 p.m. I moved into my new apartment.
Very nice way.
And I just moved up a couple floors to the top
my god.
Alright, so we moved in. So we moved in some stuff. Did you today?
Yeah, we had this burger. I had a Mr. Beast burger. I swear
I've
to
never
God.
had that. Wait, what the heck? I've never had a Feastable either.
Yeah, I'm playing a video game.
I'll tell her I said hi.
Why?
That's my stuff tab. Alright. I can find myself out.
You don't gotta gamble anymore. You're on Twitch.
I don't have to gamble? You want to do a gamble stream? Double or nothing? Alright, we put 15k on black. If we lose, we double it until we make money.
I'm a gambling street. Do you know what a cloud gambling stream goes? Like,
I know what a cloud game is.
yeah.
I only do make that online. I don't actually know anything about it. Besides that, I thought you were 25. You know? About it. What do you know? What else am I supposed to do? You motherfucker. You ever been to New York before?
Yeah.
I live here. It's
Oh, you live in New York? Oh, fuck, dude. If I was still there, I definitely.
No. I don't live in the thug-like areas, though. I live in the suburbs.
The thug area?
Yeah, wait. No, like the gangster, like violent. I don't live in there. I live in the freaking suburbs. In the trees.
I grew up in Hoboken, New Jersey.
Oh, really? Oh, that's it. You know what? So many streamers grew up in Jersey. Or like New York. Here. Hey, you're throwing shit at me, motherfucker. You're gonna kill us. Alright, so you ate a Beastable burger for a Beastable. What's it called?
I got Desert
Desert Eagle.
21 and a virgin, I would already left the lobby gang, what they said.
Yeah, just play fucking Fortnite, I guess. No, listen, chat. That's just how I grew up. I can't help it. Do you ever regret anything you've done in your life, Clive?
Not one thing.
Good for you. Good. Come on,
Wait,
let's
actually,
go.
let me think about it. Let me take that back.
What do you regret?
I feel like there's something I'm supposed to say for like
Not really.
one of my probation officers, but I'm a little bit.
Oh, you're on probation?
Yeah.
That's not
Wait,
good.
can Lacey it?
I can't. I've definitely done streams with a lot of people, but it's been desktop.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, like Fortnite. I'm trying to do different stuff, but I don't know. I get nervous. You don't seem nervous all over your stream.
Yeah, because I'm good.
Because you're watching Satan. Oh.
No, I don't know.
Do you want this? Blue pump?
I got the best. I got the decoy. I'll fucking do it.
Alright, you talk about
LTM load.
Let's try it. I can hear you. Yes.
I'm not turning off.
No, it's okay. Why is your camera on your mic?
I try my best to stream, but I gotta know you want to do it.
No, you're doing good. I'm having a lot. It's okay. Had you always wanted to like do streaming as your job? What do you want to do?
Honestly, I know you would.
Some kid was hiding over here.
fuck? Why am I getting so low FPS?
Here, I'm gonna mark something for you. You have to go to this thing. Oh shit, it's all. It's all good. We got it. We'll do it again. It's all good. Good try. You.
What am I? Crazy.
You gotta lock in, Clav. Holy shit. Come on,
Yeah,
it's like
I
you're
know.
playing without a headset. Please.
Fuck.
Bro, but yeah, I mean, I have AirPods if that works.
Yeah, that's gonna.
Fuck, man.
I don't know. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna play with my speakers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever I play Fortnite, it makes me want to lose my shit.
Oh, it's okay. I've smashed so many. I don't have anger issues, but something about this game actually
Smash
brings out
so
the.
many Twitch streamer girls.
You smash a lot of Twitch streamers now? What the lord?
Actually, not one.
All right, so you didn't know what you want.
It's filled with misinputs. You know.
Were you in school? Like, did you go to high school?
Yeah, I graduated high school and then I got expelled from college.
Oh shit. You went to college in Jersey?
My name's Pink and I'm really glad I met you. You recommended to me.
I just want to say that switch that you just did between your speaking voice and your singing voice
It's crazy. People don't know that I can do this.
My name's Pink and I'm really glad I met you.
So what is your name exactly? Who are you?
Stephen Bonnell.
Yeah. But I stream so I can be debt free when I'm in like.
We're playing
Yeah, wait.
Fortnite.
You can.
LTM loadout.
You could practice. Practice your like wrist stuff with me. I'll tell you if it's good. I'll be honest. I'll show you. I'll dead ass tell you the truth.
I am. I'm just keeping it pretty chill with you. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Damn.
Guy. You seem like you came from a good family. It's just made to look a different way. You know what I mean?
Ready to join class, please. All you need to do is cook, clean, and suck cock.
Sorry about that.
Holy shit, I mean, that one was fucking really loud. that was the one, the only one I heard, and that's fucking really loud.
I forgot that I could be. So I turned that off. You guys are weird as fuck.
You're good, bro.
Alright.
Don't worry. You have a villain arc
Yeah.
or something? Did something happen to you that you just started like becoming a take a chat or something?
A villain arc? Nah, dude. I was always just kind of a bit of a weirdo. So it was like a slow process. Villain arc is
Villain
kind
arc
of
is crazy.
cage feel. Yeah, she has a nice gap to lock in. My God, I forgot you guys are 14. Play zero build.
Yeah, I
you
think we
guys
gotta
are
play zero mode. Yeah, I'll put it on for us after. I'm gonna get you up there.
You gotta play zero close. You know what I'm saying?
If that was one of the pickup lines, it was really bad.
He started doing aim training before
That was a
before I 1v1. I'm scared. I know, right? I'm so scared. Probably. I don't play this game much anymore. I swear I thought you just said I'm going home. I was like, bro, what?
No, I said bro. So you're aggressive, man.
Yeah.
So he was kind of talking to this girl, but she was kind of acting weird all of a sudden, and he was like, kind of did not like her anymore, and yada yada. It's like, he's been like,
bad one.
His emotions have been like a freaking roller coaster. And he just texted me, by the way, he was like, not like at 10:42, he was like, I'm gonna call homeboy, just need his boyfriend. And I was like, bro.
I'm so buzzed. Holy crap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Continue with your story. I don't think I know what you said.
I'm calling it. I texted him all the time, so he's not gonna lie. And then I was like, that's beautiful.
That's beautiful, Katie.
Yeah, so we made up, we're back to normal, and I want to date her again.
That's beautiful, Katie.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then
that's
I
pretty
asked him, he said to me all about it. About, like, the whole thing with that one guy, best friend or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So he said that he was like, yeah. And she was mad that he didn't trust her, and they made up. And
Sky's absolutely frying me. I'm so buzzed. I can't play anymore. I'm going back to the lobby. This really just made me mad. I'm done. People are so good now. I can't play Fortnite anymore. I'm so buzzed. Holy crap. No, I actually just got destroyed.